halting the progress of the project for the temporary site is not an option. As such, it is my intention to move forward and ask this council and this committee that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
The planned dump site for the very toxic waste of the Lahaina fires on land above the most pristine reef in Maui County. There are coral heads over 100 years old in Olowalu Reef area, and this is most valuable reef, one of the most valuable reefs left in Maui. Toxic waste will eventually leach into Olowalu Reef over many, many years. Fish, turtles, dolphins, whales, and corals make the area an environmental park for Maui residents and tourists alike. This habitat may be harmed by toxic waste leaching, and I know from the testimony of everybody you're doing your best at trying to figure it out. The EPA, if you look at over this history on the mainland, has had very many toxic waste sites, and the procedures of fixing them were always the same, but it's cost billions and billions of dollars, and there's been a lot of problems with those toxic waste. I know you're trying to mitigate all the problems, but please realize this is pristine. I also believe that before we try to find solutions of places to put all this stuff, we need to find out why the stuff was put there to begin with. You know, I believe the leaders over the last 40 or 50 years have stopped listening to the people of Maui of our concerns for some whatever reasons, but that needs to be addressed as well. I feel government needs to have hearings, public's inputs, and stuff like that. I just read it once or twice in the papers, and all of a sudden I see them building the site and doing it. But I know that time's limited, and I'm paraphrasing my written testimony. Our leaders need to listen to the people of Maui who love this place we call home. Time to slow down, find more safer solutions to our problems, and know that we all are part of the future of Maui. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Any questions? Mr. Fitzpatrick, we have one question from Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo for your testimony, Mr. Fitzpatrick. To clarify, you said that there should be town halls, venues, that will allow the public to provide input, and I completely agree. How many times? So this is one venue. How many times do you envision that?
How many times what?
Should there be a public meeting to allow the public?
I believe
to
public meeting. A lot of people can't come to these meetings because they're working or whatever. They need to be accessible by the council having 6 o'clock meetings maybe. In the old days, there was meetings in the evening sometimes about issues.
How many times?
How many times? Until you get it right.
Okay. Mahalo, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mahalo, Chair.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha, Council. Hello, my name is Tiffany Lindsay, and I'm a resident of Haiku, Maui. I am here as a voice for the land and the water, and we stand in opposition to the Olowalu dump site. Proceeding with the so-called temporary site, if not done right from the beginning, will create a more costly and complicated disaster. I will go on record with these questions. Why was there illegal construction at the Olowalu dump site prior to the right of entry permits being granted? Why was construction not stopped immediately when this was discovered by the public? Why does the Army Corps of Engineers proposal only include the semi-permeable liner instead of a longer-lasting impermeable liner? Will the council add PFAS or forever chemicals to the list of harmful contaminants? What is the historical damage assessment to this site? Where is the environmental risk assessment to this site? Does the risk assessment to this site include hurricane exposure? What will the environmental cost be to the whales, dolphins, rays, and other sea life when the liners break, cement cracks, and toxins from 400 tons of waste leach into the mother reef? When the leak occurs, how will you clean the poisons from the nearby streams and aquifer? What is the economic cost assessment to the whale watching, fishing, snorkeling, surfing, and tourism industries, as well as the local families and small businesses when they no longer have clean water? Based on evidence of other fire disasters, will the council speak truthfully to the residents of Lahaina that returning home likely, at a minimum, may take 3 or more years? Carefully allow answers to arise, answers which include the will of the people who voted for you. Please consider microbial and fungal bioremediation to aid in the decontamination of toxic heavy metals. I request the Council to have courage to prevent further disaster. While costs may seem high now, when this future disaster occurs, the economic impact will be enormous. And finally, to wrap it up, Kohalave is out of the question. Let us not add insult to injury. Finally, it is important to respect the ashes and the remains of loved ones, which are mixed in Lahaina's toxic debris. Perhaps families should be allowed, if they wish, to collect a certain small amount of ceremonial ash gathered from the places where there was loss of life. I would like to suggest placement of these ashes in a large permanent memorial as a way for families to honor the ancestors and for these ancestors to have a symbolic resting place. What would the ancestors of old, as well as loved ones lost in the fire, say when their sacred vai and aina becomes poisoned at Alawalu? What will the future 7 generations say when they are forced to leave their rebuilt homes due to unsafe water and land? We must be responsible humans and consider the future lives of our keiki and Earth Mother. Mahalo.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, and if we can limit the clapping, yeah? Remember we said that? Thank you.
I apologize.
No worries. Mahalo for your testimony. Real quick, you requested an EIS. Is that for the temporary site?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. You, in your testimony, you asked for an environmental review?
Yes.
Or an impact
An environmental,
statement?
I'm curious if
Is
there
that for
has
the
been.
temporary site or the
That's
final
correct.
site?
That is for the temporary site.
So the temporary site, you understand how long EISs take to. So then the
I do
trade-off
understand.
would be that it would, the ash and
I'm
debris.
curious,
would-
right, I'm
Got
curious
it.
if.
I wrote down all your other questions,
Okay.
so I'll ask those.
Yeah.
Mahalo, Ms. Lindsay. Mahalo, Chair.
Mahalo.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olawalu.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Donna Marie Vida. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the ancestral guardians of this Aina and each and every one of your ancestors. Most of my life, I have helped individuals, families, groups to discover their inner peace with the desire to thrive in harmony in their relationships with each other, with the Aina. I believe we and the Aina thrive when there is lokahi, a harmony that unifies, not separates. Here today, I am deeply saddened by the mistrust, the discomfort, the dis-ease, the disharmony between our elected, chosen leaders and the people they serve. Do you, County Council, do you feel the disharmony? Do you, our people, feel the discomfort in this separation? The question is, do we want harmony? Or have we forgotten that we've been in a state of disharmony for such a long time? We need to open our hearts. I understand how the ohani works. The conscious ego mind that distracts us from what's really true. What is the goal here? Lokahi, uniting as one people, one Aina. Do not deceive ourselves into thinking that we are separate. That is an illusion. I am speaking here of universal law that does not even require our belief to be real. Ohani, stand down. We are destroying ourselves, our Aina. I propose to our leaders, and there are many community leaders here present.
Thank you. That was 3 minutes. Thank you for your testimony. Members, questions, clarifying questions for the testifier?
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha. Mayor Bisson, council members, presenters, staff, and friends. Next issue. And I know there isn't a single one of us in the room who didn't wish we could just snap our fingers and come up with a simple solution. Not possible. I'd just like to address a couple of issues. First of all, there's one word that we've been hearing over and over and over again. Temporary. This is just a temporary site. My understanding is that a scorecard was used to choose Olowalu. It rated tops among I think there were 6 options. I talked to Shane Aragawa at the Lahaina meeting and I asked him, once the material is in this temporary site, another scorecard will be developed likely to choose the final site. What are the possibilities that any other location will score higher than where the debris already is? In terms of cost, doesn't cost anything if you don't move it. Time, doesn't take any time if you leave it there. And danger, there's no danger if you don't move it. So I think it would be honest in this chamber to acknowledge that there's probably a 99% chance that the temporary site will become the final site. I'd like to also thank the presenter on the bioremediation topic. This sounds like a really valuable idea to pursue. Here's why we probably won't. A comment was made about experts with decades of experience. Bravo,
If you can
we
wrap
need
it
that.
up.
1 minute? The problem with experts with decades of experience is known in academia as the curse of knowledge, which blinds them to alternatives. If we did not welcome alternatives, we would still believe the earth was flat, and we'd still be executing people for saying the earth revolved around the sun, not the other way around. So I especially urge the mayor to let go of one concept. He actually mentioned it. I respectfully disagree that we need to compromise. Compromise is the worst decision-making process possible. It means everybody's unhappy. We want the truth, which always is more difficult to find. So I just would respectfully encourage that we search for the truth, let go of the hope for some simple solution, but take the time to find out what is actually the best way to go.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you today a list of grievances and the request to immediately construction of a temporary toxic waste landfill to house 400,000 tons of the most lethal carcinogens known to mankind. I was planning to begin my remarks today by describing the importance of Olowalu and its marine ecosystem and history, but judging by the turnout in this room, I think we all know and understand its importance. I have provided a list of expert testimonies from the world's most renowned marine biologist, Sylvia Earle, who has studied the Olowalu reef ecosystem and its importance to the Hawaiian Islands. It is the spawning reef ecosystem that produces the larvae for Molokai, Lanai, and all of our surrounding island systems. But from a disaster management point of view, I am even more concerned about this decision making. As Director of Communication for the University of Hawaii's Pacific Disaster Center, a program recognized by the United Nations for its achievements in disaster risk reduction and resilience building worldwide, there is no such thing as a natural disaster. All disasters are man-made. It is the intersection between our natural landscape and the population in which disasters occur. In this case, our natural landscape for this toxic waste landfill is at the basin of a natural watershed that we know is prone to flash flooding. Only 3 days of rain, we will collect an enormity of water that not this landfill or any others could contain. Further, this site sits in a valley known for prevailing high winds, oftentimes gale force. When we are handling this toxic waste ash, it will be dispersed by winds and carried to the ocean ecosystem below and the lineal descendants of the Olowalu Valley.
If you can conclude.
I understand under the emergency proclamation, we have sidelined many federal laws as well as county laws to fast track this site, and I understand the importance of containing the debris. We've had many very intelligent alternatives presented to a site location within the burn zone that is already contaminated to permanently contain it and then transport it to a more desirable location like the Central Maui landfill. In conclusion, what about I've mentioned the keiki, the fish, the keiki, the fish, and the coral, and the endangered whales who also come here to birth their calves. But I want to implore the county, which established an ordinance to minimize runoff of pollutants into nearshore waters and air, aquatic, and marine environments as part of its commitments to the United Nations sustainability goals to mitigate climate change and work towards resilience. I implore the council and the mayor to uphold these commitments today and consider the site alternatives as well as established technologies that are brought forth to you.
Thank you so much for your
in
testimony.
this fact sheet, along with the
Members,
additional research and the expert testimonies.
Thank you.
We can do better than a toxic waste landfill
Any
atop an
questions for the
endangered
testifier?
marine sanctuary and reef ecosystem.
Okay.
We deserve
Thank you.
better.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Proceed.
Aloha and good morning, Council Chair and fellow council members.
Aloha.
My name is Tauma Puanani Ka'ahui. I was raised in Olowalu and I still reside there in a home built by my grandfather. My family is from Olowalu and my lineage is very deep in Olowalu. Very saddened with this decision that's being made to relocate the debris and ashes to allow ashes to allow. Funny that just a short while ago, there were a lot of individuals and they know who they are. They were trying to save Olowalu from any further development and talking about the pristine reefs and culture assets. And now the same people are taking a soft stand on this issue. Follow the money. Interesting that at the one and only meeting in Olowalu, it was stated that one of the main reasons for choosing Olowalu as the top site was because of its small population in proximity to the proposed site. If that's true, then I think the county and state wouldn't mind adding some conditions to be placed upon this proposed project here today. Especially if you all care about this small community so much that you want to use it as a dump site. Again, condition 1, no further CPR or any parcels located between Kaiheliku and the gun range at Ukumahami. Condition 2, no matter subdividing of any partial between Kaiheliku and the gun range at Ukumahami. Condition 3, no further rezoning of any partial between Kaiheliku and the gun range at Ukumahami for anything but agriculture use.
Thank you. If you
Condition
can conclude in a minute.
Number 4, the highway gets moved behind Olowalu from Ukumahami to Cut Mountain immediately as part of this process. The conditions should be retroactive from August 9, 2023. Again, I'm not in support for the site in Olowalu. For everyone out there, follow the money. The whole process smells bad.
Thank you, Ms. Ka'ahui. Next.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha, good morning. I wanted to speak today about the word hili na'i. I have a granddaughter with hili na'i as her middle name. Trust or to believe. Trust is the very essence of any relationship. So I'm going to speak to this, our relationship with the government, what we have experienced so far. August 8th fire. Many escaped the fire from Lahaina, friends, family, stayed with us on Olowalu Village Road. We had gas, we had food, and we were happy to help them. They showed up in the middle of the night. My house is burning down. Can I stay here? Of course, get inside. The next day, our 78-year-old family member with Parkinson's told us he had no meds left. It would be a medical emergency if we could not get him a refill. I stayed on the line with multiple pharmacies and doctors to get him his refill authorized. Then when I called the police dispatcher to try to get him over, I would go drive, pick him up, bring it back. I was told the mayor said no. If I left my home in Olowalu, I could not return. And same thing for our family member. We were forced to call 911 for him. The ambulance came and got him to take him just to get his medicine refilled from the emergency room. We had to get friends to meet him at the ER. His wife was separated from him and stayed with us in Olowalu, Auntie Thelma's house. Fast forward to November, our cousin let us know that he had requested a meeting with county and Olowalu community to discuss this proposed toxic dump. November 18th meeting was held, but not held on Facebook live feed or announced to the public. Closing out the meeting, county remarks were that this was just the beginning of the conversation and they'd reach out to us to meet again. November 19th, we received email to the link for the recorded meeting and look forward to meeting again soon. Around December 11th, we saw an Instagram post that this issue was being voted on in just a few days. I called, left message with the county, emailed them that the kupuna had not had enough time to prepare or submit testimony. No call back, no email back. I'm gonna skip over some stuff too. Point being, hili na'i, it's difficult to trust what we've been told. I come from an era that your word is your word, no matter what. November 18th, Shane Aragawa, my neighbor, asked for community input from smart people. We are aware that there have been smart people offering solutions that have actually worked. On a side note, why is the containment not beginning with this burrito wrap in Lahaina already? Is that a possibility? The last thing I want to close with, and this is to, can I just say one more quick note?
We have a question from Councilmember Rollins Fernandez clarifying.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo for your testimony, Ms. Ka'ahui. To clarify, you said why can't the burrito wrap process start now?
Or any other containment of the burn zone, the current contaminated burn zone.
Okay. I'll ask that question, and then your last.
My last statement, and it was just, this is for all the indigenous people of Hawaii and Maui, especially Lahaina Olowalu. I've learned about an act called CERCLA, C-E-R-C-L-A, or Superfund, where the EPA is given the power to overtake properties that have been declared toxic waste, accidental spills. So I want everybody to look at this who owns property in Maui, but especially the lineal descendants who own land here. Mahalo.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha, County Council and Mayor Bisson. My name is Sarah Patton. I've lived on Maui for 36 years. I understand containing the toxic waste and getting Lahaina Town on the path to rebuilding is vitally important to our people and our healing. But the way we handle this debris has the potential to destroy our environment for generations to come. Putting it on top of a layer of felt in an 80 mil liner on porous cinder in an extremely windy area just a few hundred yards from the ocean, above an aquifer and underground streams, is unacceptably risky. If the contemporary containment fails, as seems inevitable given its flimsy nature, we will poison our Aina with carcinogens in the soil, the ocean, our drinking water, and the air we breathe. These toxins contain forever chemicals, including dioxins. We don't want to destroy one of the most special and pristine places on the planet. I'm sure this is something we can all agree on. As well, this is a sacred site for the Hawaiians, and the excavation currently taking place is unacceptable from a cultural perspective. Many people smarter and more experienced than I am in this subject have suggested various alternative solutions. I feel we need to halt work immediately and carefully consider these alternatives, make a plan, and change directions. Let's move the debris only once and contain it in a permanent way. Despite the investment already made, in the long run, it will save us both time and money. And it will save our environment, which is priceless. If we pollute our ocean, the fish we eat, the water we drink, and the beauty that the tourists come from around the world to visit, we may never recover. We have a huge contaminated area in Lahaina. Let's handle the debris within that zone rather than contaminating another area and the road between the two. We can start by removing the non-toxic debris, then we can seal what is left and move it to a permanent disposal site, or bioremediate or encapsulate to neutralize the toxins and create building materials. Please listen to the experts and take decisive and immediate action to save our beautiful island home. Mahalo.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Tom Gruber. I'm a full-time permanent resident of Maui, and I'm speaking on behalf of Sylvia Earle's Mission Blue and Deep Hope institutions. You know, Sylvia was instrumental in the creation of the Olowalu Hope Spot and also the Marine Sanctuary for humpback whales. Also on behalf of our community and the life in the ocean. Now, I love what we're doing here. I believe in representative democracy, and one of the greatest things that it does is it gives us the chance to have the benefit of collective wisdom, all the minds in the room, the experts, the leaders, and the community. And so, what are we hearing? Mary Business started out by saying we have two important goals. One is don't let the stuff blow into the ocean, right? Protect Mother Nature's idling. It's urgent. We don't want it this winter to blow into the ocean. That makes sense. And the second, let's respect the treatment of human remains, of the ashes. And Bob Fenton said, we want to do things consistent with federal regulations, right? And he said, you know, we should do it the right way in a safe location. Okay? And he also said they rejected off-island removal. Why? I quote, because they have an existing Class 3 landfill. Okay? So if that's good enough to reject off-island, consider that's an alternative to put on the table. Now, numerous community members have started to point out many of the reasons why Olowalu is a terrible location for this. It's one of the windiest places on Maui. I see the windmills every day. Come on, people. You know it's windy there. Okay? If wind is an issue with blowing ash into the ocean, don't put it in the windiest part of the island. Right? Secondly, if we don't want it to get into our fresh water, don't put it on top of an aquifer. Okay? And of course, we really care about the Olowalu Reef. It's internationally recognized as a gem. Maui contributes to the hope spots of the world as one of the greatest locations to protect ocean life. The optics of putting a toxic waste dump just upstream, uphill of that thing is terrible. Okay? So why do we want to do this?
Wrap it up.
I certainly will. He also respecting remains. If we're going to rush to an emergency that's going to take 12 months to execute, a plan that's taking 12 months to execute, why rush it for a few weeks and not consider all the things, including the proposal to separate out the remains? Let's get that straight as well and not rush to get that done. So it's reasonable to ask, I think, the council to take a breath here and consider seriously to dig deeper on the alternatives. There's 7 or 8 alternatives on the table, right? It's not just a temporary location. You know, if it's there, it's going to be a really strong prior to stay there, okay? This is an important decision to get right. In fact, as the representative from the Corps of Engineers said, let's do it right. Let's get the location right. If this was the wildfires in California, they wouldn't put the ash upstream of Yosemite. Okay, let's not do that here. Thanks very much.
Hi, my name is Melissa, and I'm a resident of Oluwalu. I'm here today to oppose putting 400,000 tons of toxic waste from Lahaina into the proposed or possibly already decided Oluwalu cinder quarry. I come here as a community member, and more importantly, as a mother who is scared to have 400,000 tons of toxic waste just a bike path away from where we live, swim, and play. I oppose this site because the information I've been given, read, and told to me from my government officials does not make me feel safe. It gives me concerns regarding the future of our children and this island's health. On November 18th, I attended an Oluwalu community meeting with all the representatives spearheading this operation, which included the mayor and many others, and we thank you for that. I left feeling informed, yet still concerned. So I watched the YouTube recording 3 times over to try to understand what I was hearing, and this is a summary of my concerns. The county has been given 53 acres of state land and will use 9 acres for the temporary site that will, according to Aragawa, just go away after the 14-acre permanent site is built. What does go away mean? The 400,000 tons is going to be moved again just 100 yards away, and this adds more risk of pollution and tearing and being moved closer to the ocean. My question is, why is it taking 35 days to construct a temporary site and 9 months to a year to construct a final site? I appreciate that Mayor Bisson has taken this to a Class C and decided to use a double liner to take that extra precaution. And I know that there's extra liners and extra sensors, but it seems like a large gap of time to allow rain and debris to cause tearing. The county has also stated that the liner is possible to receive mechanical tears. We were told this, which could take an HDP liner lasting a few hundred years to a few years.
If you can.
I'll try to wrap it up real quick.
Thank you.
When asked about a Lahaina location, a DLNR rep stated that it was too close to a residential area that indicates it shouldn't be near anyone's home, whether it be Kahoma, Cinder Pit, or Oluwalu. In regarding to monitoring, we were told if there's hits, we'll get it. And monitoring more closely, meaning what? We were told there's mitigation measures, but didn't state them. How does one dig under 400,000 tons of toxic waste without tearing the liner more? Lastly, I want to mention, because Dr. Kroger had mentioned about 33 minutes in, and you had advised us that the burritos are and will break down, and that you're going to apply methods to keep the ash down, such as a hose. It was also noted that Army Corps has only been part of best practices for fire debris removal for 6 to 7 years. That doesn't give me long-term data. Lastly, when Paul Amato from EPA was asked if Lahaina was considered to be a Superfund site, he deferred the question, said, "This is not my lane," which I hope the answer has been stated somewhere. And I know I'm going to finish up real quickly, but Aragawa said, if you're going to come with concerns, then come with solutions. So please hear the kapuna loud and clear, include more toxic waste experts such as Larry Holm.
We have a question for you. Member Rollins.
Testimony to us. I'm happy to ask the questions that you've included in your testimony.
I haven't. I actually decided not to go to work and wrote it at 1:30 a.m. last night. So I can do that if you'd like me to.
My staff can come and grab it if it's handwritten and take a picture, and I'm happy to ask the questions.
Yeah,
that
you're more than
included in
welcome to
your testimony.
photocopy it.
Okay. Mahalo, Ms. Blackloss.
Members, any further questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Next up, we have.
Can I just say one more thing? Because
sorry, no,
Mr.
because
Bisson,
of the people.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Oluwalu.
we gotta be consistent. Okay, next up we have Rebecca Germansky, followed by Bernadine Sila, Foster Ampong, Kawi Kahayali'i, Balbino Aviado IV. Go ahead, Ms. Germansky.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Germansky from the Waihekuli neighborhood of Lahaina. I have been at county council meetings on November 9th and December 15th to share my concerns about the disposal of the ash from Lahaina, and I'm here again today to express my concerns. First, I'd like to thank you for presenting many experts to share information with us. I had a prepared speech, but I feel that I would like time to process the information I was given today and to have a later forum with the same experts so that once I can read over, there was a lot of information, documents, the Stafford Act was mentioned, it's a 97-page document. I need time to look at those because if we're looking to make a viable solution for everyone, I think it's respectful to give us as a community time to read over the material, have some discussions amongst ourselves, and then return to ask more questions. So with that being said, I had a couple of things that I heard in the meeting today that were statements made, and so I wanted to ask two clarifying questions. We've heard from some presenters that say the ash is not hazardous, and then others from the same panel of experts that were here said that the ash in Lahaina was hazardous. So I'd like a clarification of that. And then another statement that was made by Bob Fenton in the first presentation said that the ash that was on the ground in Lahaina, you shouldn't worry about it blowing into neighboring properties, that within 90 days of the fire, it was no longer dangerous. And if that's the case, then why did they apply soil tack more than 90 days after it to hold it around? And why is it still such an issue? So those are my questions, and I look forward to having another opportunity to meet and discuss this extremely important issue for not only the people of Lahaina, but for everyone on this island. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to have more information.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Maui is a national marine life endangered species whales sanctuary. The whales travel thousands of miles to come to these pristine waters to have their babies. They are an endangered species, and with this dump site being where there's streams that go into the water, the whales, I've been here 35 years, the whales used to come close to shore. They no longer, I live in Kihei, they no longer come really close to shore because there's more people and they have a sewer injection wells, so the whales stay out further. The whales congregate over by Oluwalu because, as has been stated, there's very little housing there and there's not that many people. The whales like to have their babies there. And if you're going to put this dump site where the dirt is going to blow over the ocean and the streams are going to go into the water, these newborn whales of the endangered species are in trouble. Another thing is Kahulawe, they've always it's already been toxic and they tried to clean it up. I have not heard why that couldn't be a possibility. If they're going to be I heard him say today that they were going to be shipping the steel and the different stuff off the island. Well, why not ship it all off? And you could ship it to Kahalabi. There also is on Johnson Atoll, which is part of the Hawaiian Island chain, has been the world's toxic dump for chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons for the past 70 years. And it is part of these chains, and it has the facilities and the equipment to deal with it forever. Thank you.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha and mahalo, Council Chair, Mayor Bison, Council members. My name is Foster Ampong. I'm here on behalf of the family, the Kimokea Ohana of Lahaina, family that has lived in Lahaina since time immemorial, and we still live in Lahaina, and several of my families are survivors of the fire. I'd like to first say that our Kimokea Ohana support the families of Olowalu in opposition to Avalua becoming a temporary or permanent site for this toxic waste.
Please let the testifier speak without interrupting.
I'll jump straight through to the three reasons why our family is opposed to Avalua being a site for toxic waste disposal. One is that, in all due respect, I say this with aloha. The County of Maui's lack of transparency and cultural protocols and insensitivity in the approach to this issue. That's one reason. The other reason is FEMA, under the Section 106 notification process, is not in compliance. My family, our family, the Kimokea Ohana of Lahaina, are one of the parties that are mandated to be notified in this discussion, in this decision-making process on a federal level. On November 4th, the notification letter went out to the consulting parties and the Native Hawaiian organizations. I was left out of that letter. On November 18th, I learned of this proposal for this temporary site. That was November 18th. I didn't get the letter of notification until November 28th. And so that right there, that in itself, FEMA's not in compliance. And the third reason why we oppose this is because of the adverse impact to an unregistered, possibly unknown ancient archaeological home culture Native Hawaiian site at the Pu'u at Avalua, which at this point I strongly feel and believe that it should be further investigated. There were drone photos that showed possible heiau, ahu structure. Okay, quite frankly, at first I kind of doubted that anybody can come along and say, hey, there's a heiau there. Okay, but when I looked at these photos and I analyzed it, at the very least, it warrants for an archaeology from Shipti to go there. And lastly, if we're going to talk about possible human remains in the ash, culturally speaking, as well as under Title 13, Chapter 300 of the Hawaii Administrative Rules, human remains, culturally and by the HR, are to stay in the ahupua'a. To take them out and remove them is not culturally appropriate. Thank you.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
I've got to know a lot of you on a little huaka'i which they're doing right now, yeah, the journey to maybe correct the heva. My name is Kawika Hayali'i. I reside in Wai'ehuko 2 on a street that's called Ku'onehanaue. It is the place of my birth. The funny thing about this place is it's 2, but it's the first increment. So a lot of people, they kind of chuckle about that. We're not the first increment, but we're number 2. Kind of like this, it's not the final place, it's just a temporary place. Yeah, so I stand with the Ohana of Olowalu and those that reside on the site, the farmers as well, to say a'ole to this place. I stand here this morning as a Kanaka. I stand on my own 2 feet with my own beliefs, my own pu'uvai, and the fire that burns inside of me. This pool is in a special place. It's funny we talk about Hawaii and the Hawaiians and their place, respectfully, the kingdom of Hawaii and all that. And we talk about places like Moku'ula, Mokuhinia. But at one time, even in its history, Churaheva, whatever happened, became a dump site then also a park that we played on when we were little kids as we attended Kamehameha School, third school. It was a park of place. It was a place where we gathered the communities in carnivals and David Malo days and all these things. But as time went by, we understood what was Mokuhinia, what was Moku'ula, and respectfully treat it as such now. Do not lean on the innocence of our parents to not share that, because they did not know better either. Whether the dump site was a dump site or whether the dump site held kupuna, or whether that dump site was important in Oluwalu. Oluwalu has a lot of history, not to be pushed aside. It is no different than Lahaina. The Oluwalu massacre, the Pu'uhonua of Oluwalu, it exists. It is not something to just push aside. It is part of Maui Nui. It is part of us, everything that happens.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair. Greetings, Mayor, County Council, and all the people for whom these public servants work. I'm Larry Holm. I've been working with toxic waste since the 70s. And I'd like to share some things, some insights from that you might find very interesting. My first boss who taught me this was Thomas Mann. He was responsible for cleaning up the Trinity nuclear waste test site from the first atomic bomb in New Mexico. It left a huge glass bowl of radioactive material, and it poisoned the Tularosa Basin, which is an area of property roughly 3 times the size of Maui. The litigation and mitigation is still ongoing in Tularosa. I lived there. I came here to heal brain tumors because Maui is the site of healing for the planet. 10,000 unique endemic species of plants here. Those medicinal plants of Maui absorb toxins. Tom had some interesting sayings, and I wrote the letter. I'm the guy who wrote this long letter entitled Timely Matter, Toxic Waste Insights from a $44 million toxic waste site project in California that was to be 19 sites. All of those had significant local community state buy-in. I thought I'd list the problems here, but the people are going to tell you all of the problems for which those projects were terminated. Though that thing's buy-in was huge. There's no buy-in for this. And so I'd like to go on the record that this site is geologically unsuitable for storage. I wouldn't put a regular dump there, let alone a toxic dump. Tom had some interesting sayings. I'm not going to quote from any of the California stuff. The minute it becomes clear that any solution results in more problems than the problem, we stop. Now, Tom would send us out through New Mexico surveying. The very first thing we did in surveying, laying out the new communities and lands, was note and record all of the archaeological sites. 3 times in New Mexico, I had to diagram archaeological sites of the ancient cultures there. Well, as I reviewed the video that is taken over the mountain over there, I looked at it and I'm thinking there's not only a regular archaeological site there. To me, when I looked at it, what Tom told us to identify was things that look like solar observatories. To me, that looks like Maui's version of Stonehenge, a class in which they were teaching how to navigate from, that the early Polynesians were teaching and extending the knowledge of navigation. One of the locals, I forget his name, mentioned that that mountain is a gateway to Tahiti. Well, in looking at the site and seeing the stonework up there, they are tip marks on a compass.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Okay, any questions?
Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your
May
testimony.
I make a request of documentation?
You can turn in your documentation and people
Well, I'd
can
like to make a
upload.
request that that the underwriter's approvals be circulated to everyone, that the West Maui subterranean aquifer maps be circulated.
Turn that in writing. We got to be fair to everyone. And
Okay.
the 3 minutes is up. There's still many people that would like to testify.
Contract exhibit
So
14
if
says as soon as
Mr.
an
Balbino
archaeological site is
Aviado
noted,
is
you must
available,
terminate.
it's your turn.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor. Several weeks ago, I come here and proposed a solution to a lot of the problems that we're talking about. 90% of the problem, I believe, would be the ash on top of the soil. I can take that and detoxify it 100% by going through a gasifier. This is the same procedure that would take waste energy, producing a gas cleaner than natural gas. I've been a compost consultant for over 30 years in the county, and I believe that leaving the soil there in place is a good alternative. The soil pH in the area we're talking about is 5.5 to 6, and it's 4.3. Yeah, lower pH than I thought. Not all of it is that, because I've worked that land, and by using gypsum, a surfactant, nutrients, and compost could remediate the soil. Soil remediation goes on all over the United States every day, and compost is what's used. Valdez was cleaned up with compost. So the gasifier is an alternative to make 100% of the toxins disappear. That the biochar left over then could be put into agricultural fields safely. Or it could be used as cement to harden the cement to create a monument that would be something that the Lahaina residents could say, that would be part of our people who didn't make it.
Thank you. If you can wrap it up.
Pretty much that's all I got to say. Any questions?
We do have a couple questions for you. Member Cook, clarifying question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gunther. For clarifying question, I remember your testimony about the gasification downdraft. What's the availability of that?
It could be up and running, and everything could start to be processed in 3 months, and then 9 months to a year, everything could be detoxified.
Well, if you could, Chair, ask him to submit that to the committee just for information.
Okay. Do you have that in writing, or you can put it up in writing? Okay, and you have the committee's email. It's just drip.committee@mauicounty.us. Okay. If there were no further clarifying questions, I did have one clarifying question, more than one. What you were answering to Member Cook's question in the time frame and whatnot, that's not for the 6 inches of soil. You're saying the soil would stay. That would just be for the ash.
What I was told, approximately 30,000 tons is what
just the ash.
There's the ash, and we could take that and 100% detoxify it.
Okay, and then the other question I had is clarifying. You said gasification. I've heard from somebody else pyrolysis, and I just wanted to clarify: is gasification the same as pyrolysis, or is it two
similar?
Different things?
But see, gasification can take tires, plastic, pesticides, waste oil, and turn it in, breaks it down to a single molecule, so it's then producing a safe, clean energy. What was the question that you were?
If gasification and pyrolysis are the same, but you said they're similar but different.
This process is called a downdraft gasifier. So gasifier has been around for many years, and there's some used in the United States. But the downdraft gasifier takes the gas and brings it through the biochar on the bottom, taking out 99% of the oils and the resins. So it's a clean gas. And
but it's different than pyrolysis.
It's unique.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I am, just for people's information, I have scheduled a pyrolysis presentation for next week, Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha. Thank you for having us here. My name is Mary Gro. I've lived on Maui for 47 years. I've testified at county council meetings many, many times to support the environment. I really care about the island deeply, and I have children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren who live here. I'd like to see a show of hands from the council and the mayor of who has read Larry Holm's letter that summarized a project that he worked on the mainland. Well, it's very, very worthy of all of you reading it. It was a project that was 6 years in the making, 5 years of engineering and 1 year of deployment planning. And the site had many more safeguards than our proposal. It had a containment of concrete. It had a substrate beyond that. It had liners. It had many, many things that our plan doesn't yet have. And after all of this time, they decided it was because poisoning the aquifer was inevitable, even with all of these levels that they were protecting it with, there was too much risk to the aquifer, so they didn't do it. Now, the Olowalu site is geographically unsuitable for toxic waste disposal. Should the aquifer system of West Maui become poisoned, it's essentially forever. The facilities, the plan is inadequate for the need. The man just before me, Mr. Gunther, spoke very well of something that could be instead of. And I'd like you all to really take that to heart. This may be the most important decision you ever make for yourself, your families, for the Aina, for all of us.
Thank
Really,
you. Please hold
really
your
look at it
applause.
from-
She's trying to give her testimony, and I'll ask everyone to respect her time.
I appreciate the support of the council, of the community, and I also deeply implore you to find another way to do this and stop this project. Thank you.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Go ahead.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I'm Tina Leah. I'm the founder of the environmental nonprofit Hawaii Unites, and we are opposed to this project, both the temporary and the permanent site at Olowalu. I think we've heard enough information about the critical reef area and, the sacred lands there, and the voice of the community of Olowalu, and the concerns about how this could affect our environment and the health of the people for generations. And I also think that the HEPA process, the Hawaii Environmental Policy Act, needs to be considered whether or not there is an emergency proclamation. This could have potential significant impacts, and that does need to be looked at. This could become a huge legal issue. It could actually cause a delay in what you're hoping to accomplish here. So I would keep that in mind for sure with seeing how the community is reacting to this decision. And there are alternative sites. We were not brought in as a community to that conversation until the decision seems to have been made to a certain extent. So I would hope that there would be more meaningful participation from the community in this decision-making process, and particularly the lineal descendants and the community there in Olowalu that has spoken against this and has concerns about their health and the EV and the lands. And but in conclusion, I don't want to take too much time. There are a lot of people here that have experience with bioremediation and disaster recovery. I'm not one of those people, but I would hope that you're talking to those people in more detail when making this decision moving forward, because the decision hasn't been made. You know, there's going to be certain steps that need to be made, and it's never too late to do the right thing. And the whole world is watching what happens here. And so let's please, you know, I think everybody in this room wants the same thing, to honor these sacred lands, to help the people that have lost everything rebuild. And so let's show bold leadership and do something innovative, and let's work together and do that in a spirit of aloha. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Be followed by Hannah Bernard, Elizabeth Hurd, Obakan Jones, Vashti Dicey. Go ahead, Miranda.
Aloha. I came here to learn with an open heart and an open mind. And I know that some of our council members really, truly care about Maui and Hawaii and our environment. And I feel like a lot of you are here, and I appreciate that. I do also, though, feel that you feel rushed to make a decision on this, and making decisions out of fear and rush are never good decisions. We always want to think everything through and make sure and go within before we make decisions that could affect the entire future of our reefs and our people and everything. So I implore you to please take a little more time. And there's been so much amazing testimony today from experts that brought in so many alternatives. I was also wondering why we can't store a lot of this nearby in containers. And why isn't bioremediation being done now? If it could possibly take care of some of these toxins we're worried about being out in the open, why aren't we using bioremediation on Lahaina now to try to process some of these things? I definitely think Olowalu is a very poor choice for all of these toxins to go, and we all know why. So please take your time, Council. I know you care, and we all care, and we all care about what's going on and it being in the open now. But I know that there are so many solutions that have been brought up today. And so thank you for listening, Mr. Gunter, because he had great solutions also. He's apparently testified twice before, but no one got any information from him before. So I just ask that you please take a little bit of time, do what we can right now to take care of those toxins that are out in the open in Lahaina, and to be open-minded to new solutions and not do things the old-fashioned way. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Camp. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Hannah Bernard, to be followed by Elizabeth Hurd, Obakan Jones, Vashti Dicey, and Eddie Garcia, to be followed by Raynette Kahayali.
Aloha, Committee Chair,
Aloha.
Vice Chair, Mayor Bisson, and Council members, committee members. I'm Hannah Bernard. I'm the Director of Hawaii Wildlife Fund and the Hawaii Wildlife Discovery Center based on West Maui. And I just first want to start by just saying goodbye to 2023, and I hope this new year is going to be a lot better. I really appreciate all the work that's been done, and I want to commend you on your due diligence. I'm hearing people say that they didn't have any information, they didn't get enough information, and it's hard to keep up. It's been a really tough time since the fire for everybody on Maui. I don't care if you live on the west side, family on the west side, and don't live on the west side. We have all been impacted. There's no denying that. But I've been watching for months as you folks have discussed this issue, chewed on it, struggled with it, and finally said, you know, we really don't want to use Olowalu, but we're worried about Lahaina. Lahaina is an open problem, and that toxic ash is going into the groundwater now, people. Right now. Right now, we have a problem that you're worried about happening at Olowalu, and no disrespect to anybody in Olowalu. Nothing but love for all of you. And as Auntie Donna said, first thing, Lokahi is how we'll all come together and make this better. It's how we all came together right after the fire. Maui was amazing. We stepped up. We all stepped up for our friends and family, and I have family on the west side. I am a mother and a grandmother, and I have many deep friends, and we have a program over there to educate. We educate our youth and visitors alike, and our center is open to help educate, because do you know how many of our kids aren't going to school right now because their parents don't want to take them near the burn zone? Well, that's a real problem. The burn zone is a problem for kids. Nobody's talking about the kids of Lahaina right now. What about them? They're our future. Of course I care about the reef. We're one of the biggest warriors of Maui, fighting for the reef at Olowalu. You all know that. You know about our lawsuit all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court to stop the pollution of our waters. And by the way, I hope you all show up at our public hearing we need to have about our MPDES permit that the Department of Health has now issued that is inadequate to protect the very reef of Lahaina that's getting impacted to the state. It's been impacted. So there is no separation and there is no away. We can't just throw this stuff away. We all have to face it, but we don't have a lot of time. That's the main thing. These guys aren't rushing because they want to rush to do a bad job. It's because there are children and families who are moving away from Maui every day because they can't stay here. Think about that, please. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Ms. Your testimony. So to clarify, earlier you said that the fears that everyone is expressing about Olowalu Reef being contaminated is happening right now. Did you mean that with the wind blowing and any rains that are running off any of the toxins, the ash, the soil, all of that is being exposed to the elements? Is that what you meant in your testimony?
That's what I meant. In addition, groundwater seepage. The groundwater runoff in our island ecosystems has been well studied and documented in numerous published scientific studies. Groundwater is reaching the ocean, and that's why we wanted to stop the injectate. Also, the injectate at the Central Maui landfill is being put into the injection wells in Kaului. So if everybody's worried about the health of our reefs, they need to realize there's a significant amount of pollution going on right now and has been for decades. And let's get activated about that. Let's focus on that too.
Mahalo, Ms. Bernard. So the longer we wait, the more exposure, the more toxins are being the reef.
So that is my professional opinion, and that is also one of the reasons that you folks have been hurrying to make this decision. And I really just wanted that to be on the record. It's not because you're feeling like you need to do a quick decision or anything else, except that there are many lives at stake. People's lives are at stake, and their quality of life.
Mahalo, Ms. Bernard. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha, Chair Patton, Mayor Bisson, council members, and my name is Elizabeth Hurd, and I am a permanent resident of Maui. I would like to respectfully register my very strong opposition to this plan. As a former wildlife biologist, I can say with certainty that when, not if, this barrier liner breaks down, it will leach all the toxic material into the watershed and into the ocean system at Olowalu. This will be a complete and irreversible disaster. At that point, nothing can be done to ameliorate the damages to the Aina and to the Olowalu reef ecosystem which is the oldest parent coral reef system on the island of Maui. Additionally, the AINA supports many, many Hawaiian families that live in Olowalu, and their ancestral areas should be protected. This plan is faulty, and it needs to be scrapped and replaced with a clean and sustainable method to dispose of these toxic wastes. There are many other possibilities, many that I heard today, and the potential for disaster using the current plan is 100%. Do not continue to use this plan. The temporary site will become the only site, and the real emergency will occur if you use this plan, and that you have made this plan and put it into action without informing the citizens and residents. Please take your time and choose a better alternative.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
First, I want to thank you.
How can I get on the list to testify?
Testifier 2332, will be added to the list. Now it's Mr. Jones' turn to speak, so please allow him that courtesy as we will allow you when it is your turn to speak. Thank you so much. Go ahead again, Mr. Jones. Sorry
Thank you
about
very
that.
much, ma'am. First, I want to thank everybody here who showed up in the crowd and everybody who's making time in the council. I've been watching this from afar. I have lived on the Big Island while this has been going on. I always consider Maui to be a place that's too expensive for me. But what happens here happens on all of the islands. I'm especially concerned when I hear that this is a pu'u, because I've spent much of my time on Hawaii, on a pu'u there, and I grew. It was a place for me to really grow like I've never grown anywhere else before. I've come from a professional background of wildland firefighting. Unfortunately, I couldn't be on Maui while this was happening. Across in working with FEMA in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. But I'm a person who always looks for how can I be a part of the solution. Many people in this public just really want to know beyond what can we do to come here and testify. How can, and I direct this towards the council, how can you all restore trust in the people by giving us something to do rather than coming and testifying? Beyond that, because I know many people here, I mean, we're losing our money for our work right now. Many people here just want to know what we can do rather than be told that you all have it all under control and end up having a more catastrophic problem, just like we faced in August. I really want to direct some of the concerns to the council members themselves because I know that this is a very complex topic and we can't just come in here and just say, hey, these people are all in it for money. I don't believe that. The world is looking at everybody here. This is a very complex issue. How you all handle this here on a national level, they're going to see how you all dealt with this, and it's going to make a big example and a precedent. So with Hawaii's past being one of making decisions under duress, which I found it very interesting that you open this up by mentioning. I only ask that you don't continue to make decisions under the threat of duress. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Remember, we're not doing clapping. Thank you.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
There's a big issue with trust. We've heard that several times today, and there have been words and actions which have caused that breach of trust. I have been heartened by the questions asked by Ms. Rollins-Fernandez and even Ms. Palton. I've been heartened that they're listening. They're looking for clarification. I see some other people who I feel are invested in listening, who are maybe open to hearing what we have to say. I get that you're standing at the altar. You've like paid for the dress and the venue and the caterers and the food, you know, and the music, and you're like, I can't back out now. We started. We've come all this way. But it's not too late. It's not too late to recognize that this could be a catastrophic disaster. And we're worried about our children today, of course, but we're worried about our children 100 years from now, too, and 200 years from now. And I'm a teacher. I worry about them every day. But I don't just worry about kids as isolated beings. They're a part of this ecosystem. They're a part of the land and the sea. We've heard so many eloquent, intelligent speakers with information, and if we, the decision-making body, are not moved to reconsider by those powerful testimonies, whether they were powerful from passion or powerful with knowledge and potential solutions that do not include potential catastrophic events to occur. We need to have leaders who have the humility to accept that the choice that they have made and the path that they have started on may not be the best for the people, the children, the land and the sea, and the spirit of this island, which we know is invaluable. So please open your hearts, let go of your egos, let go of the thought that we're already committed to the caterer, and get out of it and listen to some of these amazingly intelligent people with amazing potential solutions. And I wanted to say, Larry Holmes, I told him that I would mention too that if any, that in the contract to have this idea approved for the temporary site, any kind of cultural significance uncovered should bring an immediate stop to the process before it's investigated.
I have a clarifying question. You mentioned that you're a teacher. Are you teaching next to the burn zone?
My daughter is at Lahaina Intermediate. I was there for 5 years, and I was there 30 years ago too. But I would have been back there had it not been for health reasons. I am now teaching, though, at Maui Prep, and have some of my students from the past who I taught at Lahaina Intermediate up at Maui Prep. So I'm blessed to have contact with them still. My heart is with Lahaina Intermediate School. I love those kids, and I love the Lahaina community.
And your daughter is going to Lahaina Intermediate?
And she's going there every day, and I don't know what that means entirely for everyone, but she's going to be there for the kids.
She's going to be there for the kids? What? She's a teacher too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm 61.
So your daughter's not a student?
No.
She's a teacher.
But thank you so much. 61, okay?
Good job. Good job. I couldn't tell.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next.
Aloha. First off, I have to say that I'm very confused. Well, all of you guys have this entire stack of paper. I have receipts that all of you guys have received this. So I'm curious why you're asking some of these, why you haven't asked any questions to the Hawaiians about the cultural sites. You all have footage of that. You have all the facts and the 8 or 9 different solutions that we have here, including a barrage of 7 or 8 different of the top scientists in the world. I'm asking you, have you guys all read through it? Can you raise your hands for me? If you've read through it, how come I have not get any questions or phone calls or anything from any of these facts? And my next question is, have you been able to disprove one of these facts on there besides the fact that you guys are saying that the permanent disposition, which is undefined as we look at how FEMA states it, that they are liable for taking it for the tipping skis to the but I expect questions. I expect questions to the Native Hawaiian leaders. What sites are there? What are we culturally decimating? What are the solutions you put forward? The problems of dioxins that I put forward to you with the scientific studies. No one wants to question that. You guys are saying this is non-toxic ash. Dioxins are known to be no permissible levels. We've looked at your dioxin tests. They are there. We've looked at single plastics. We've had scientists do the analysis on your test. How come that has not been spoken to our community in which ways? So I have to speak really fast because I only have 3 minutes, which is just ludicrous. By the way, the liner, we have all the details. They have all the leak details. You cannot drive on it with 2 feet of subsoil or not. We've sent them pictures where there's already holes and problems with the liner. I put in reservoirs for a living for the last 40 years. I have dealt with this company many times. Every one has leaks in it right now. Every single one of them. 80 milliliter. So none of us have seen the diagram. You guys went right past that and you didn't show us a diagram of the temporary facility. It is on 4.3 acidic cinder. It is a felt liner right on top of it with an 80 mil liner on it. It would take us 6 months to build that liner. They did it in 3 weeks. They put another liner in it about 3 days in the temporary site below it, the reservoir that's supposed to catch it. 3 days, 4 days, you built that? It's impossible. You have a vertical seam line for your welders. I've been using these things for 30 years. So I would expect some questions for you guys on some of the data that I've supplied to you. And then I just want to get into a real quick summary so I don't go over my time. 1 foot, 40-foot container holds 1,000 cubic yards of ash. Everyone seems to be confused on what it is. Is it 400,000 tons of ash? Is it 400,000 tons of ash, including concrete and metal? What about the dioxin-laden concrete? What is your answer for recycling that and crushing it into Lahaina? We can show you the standards. We've sent them to you already. So it's almost impossible for me not to go over the 3 minutes, the retention pond, the air monitoring system. You guys have all this information.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the testifier at this time from the members? Member Cook.
Chair, I just asked that if we can, we're going to discuss this during this, and I'd be more than happy to talk to the testifier later. I don't think that we can go back and forth with questions now. I don't know if that's clear or not.
Yeah, this is the testimony time, and then questions back and forth is during the discussion time.
So we've been asking, you've had this on your table for a month. We've been asking you for answers. It's been ignored.
Thank you for
There's
your
a group of
testimony.
scientists that will
We
speak
did
after
hear
me
you.
that you guys are all aware of. Tell our public that you are aware of this. And no questions with even all the data that I've given you. You should be ashamed of yourselves, honestly.
Thank you.
Halting the progress of the project for the temporary site is not an option. As such, it is my intention to move forward and ask this council and this committee that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha Mayor, aloha Chair, council members. I noticed that in here is probably in opposition of the first to the Lahui, the Ohana of Olowalu. Please know that I didn't take it lightly to be in favor of the temp site at Olowalu. Okay, I prayed, fully fasted, and consult my own kupunas and my mentors before I was okay with this. 20 years ago in Kohanaiki, I was asked by my ohana to take care of land that had to protect 200 anchialine ponds and had opai ula that fed the Opelu Run in front of Kohanaiki, which is on the Kona coastline, from the Puako coastline. So it's from Kealanahihi to Hawaii. And I had to figure out how to save the soil, the groundwater, all of that on a 420 acre. And we use, along with Army Corps of Engineer, and I let you guys know that Army Corps of Engineer, a lot of them is made up of volunteers. Yeah, so they're not just trying to irritate us or frustrate us. But we work together with them. Our ohana, their ohana, I dealt with state, I dealt with federal, everybody, national parks, because of those sites. And we used a 45 mil LDPE, they're using 80 HDPE. So if you understand how that works, and yes, that's toxic waste. They'll say everybody from the landfill will say 100 to 400 years you can use. I wouldn't put my name under that. I would not put my name on 100 years. And I've discussed this with some of the engineers as well. But I definitely would put my name on 20 years. Shane is asking for 3 to 6. Because at this given point, we need a temporary site to remove. Yes, everybody thinks you can put it in a burrito and leave it in Lahaina. But when that rain comes and it does go in the ocean or in the sewage line, you don't have to worry about the ocean being destroyed. Everybody's waste from Laniopoko to Kapalua will be in the water. Because that's how our sewage line works. It's like protecting your people, protecting the Lahui, protecting Kaia'ulu, the entire community. And so I say yes for the temporary site to be Oluwalu, and no, not the permanent site. And please come to the DRIP meeting January 10th so you can see the solutions that everybody's trying to put together to save everybody. All these gasification, all this stuff, yes, they're good, but we still need one temp site. We still need a temp site to hold it and contain it, because even these gasification companies, they don't have a containment center.
Thank you, Ms. Kahaya-Li'i. Any clarifying questions? I had one, if nobody else has, and the 10th DRIP committee meeting that's with Ms. Zimmerman, the paralysis presentation that you were referring to. Okay. Any further questions for the testifier? Thank you. Alice, Chair Lee has a question for the testifier, followed by Member Sinensi.
Aloha, Ms. Kahaya-Li'i. I was really impressed with your testimony. Did you say you've gone through this process before?
Yeah. So I'm a recognized lineal descendant of Kohaneiki, and our family had a real pattern that went back. So we decided as a Ohana to work with the developers. We have 420 acres. We have 117 caves, 7 caves with iwi kupuna that is preserved in place. We have 13 ahus, 200 ankyline ponds, with Opai Ula. We just threw some koi in lately to help. And then we have, of course, the ocean in front. But that Opai Ula, it actually feeds the Opelu Run. So if you know Kona, the sewage system goes up, not down. So it causes a lot of energy for the sewage line to go. So in order for that to happen, energy got to be flowing. Sometimes the Baganda does it. So we had to figure out, us, national parks, Army Corps of Engineers, everybody had to come together to figure out how to do this that was culturally correct. And it was part of our, it's my kulana and my kuleana to make sure that my ohana is first, right? God and family first. We are about that. So we did. And our liner is 45 LDPE. We do rigorous tests every year. We still, the soil, the nutrients in the soil is still good. The Opai Ula is flourishing and the Opelu Run is still running.
Thank you.
I would never allow anybody to desecrate our land.
Thank you. And Member Sinensi also had a question. And just clarifying, Kohanaiki is on Hawaii Island, right? Okay. Go ahead, Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, Ray, for your testimony. Just clarification. Your support of just a temporary site that could possibly utilize some of the suggestions today, like downdraft, gasification.
Correct. I believe that they'll keep their word and say it's temporary. We've tried, and I believe after the DRIP meeting, we'll all be happy with the solutions.
Thank you.
That we can implement so that I don't really want a permanent site. I want a permanent solution. So.
Thank you. Members, sorry, Shane. Were you
sorry, Shane. I was going to come to Hana.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for the testifier from the members? Seeing none, thank you.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Ahead.
First, I have a complaint. You speak of decorum. I'm sorry, but my kindergarten class was more organized than this. You're not prepared at all. You make us travel to the other side, make us wait 1.5 hours to get to speak, pack like sardines in a room not big enough, then make us move outside into confusion and chaos, and then send police up here to keep us intimidated and make us just like you want us to leave or give up real quick. Go through all this PTSD, all this just to have a voice. And then you put us in timeout for clapping. Okay, aloha. God, let me make a difference. I am Elizabeth Ray. I have some family trauma in my life, some I still suffer from to this day. Here in Lahaina, I am a teacher. It is your people, Lahaina, your children, that have shown to be more family, more ohana than my own. And I love you. We are fortunate to live in the most beautiful place in the world. I have 2 babies, born and raised, Hana side. We have no easy life trying to establish a permanent home on Maui and still struggle. I want to teach my children the aloha I have learned. In my childhood, I had no voice when I needed one. So I'm here today to be your voice, to speak with you on your behalf and advocate for you, Lahaina. City council members, no, we don't want this. You ignored the voices of the community who made you. We voted for you. We put our trust in you. And we hoped you would represent the Kama'aina. And I don't see this, not in the media, not in legislation, or not with my own eyes at each council meeting I go to. You ignore our petitions, our rallies. 8,000 people signed against dumping at Olowalu. And you, council members, most of you, passed the motion regardless. You did not listen to us about the invasive grasses and taking care of our aina, making power lines safe, having an evacuation plan. You ignored us on that, and look what happened. You've also ignored Westside Kaimana residents about busing our keiki across the island, returning Westside tourism, about mental care for our children, and now protecting Olowalu. You don't listen to us. I'm asking you to do your job, council. Represent our people, please. Do not dump at Olowalu. Let the land heal like the people need to heal. Don't poison our aina. You have heard the devastating consequences that this can cause. There are better options. How dare you pass a motion and go against your people? This is not what we want. Please, this is Hawaii. Be Hawaiian. Malama the aina, and you malama the people. Aloha.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Thank you very much. I'm here as a mother. I'm not an expert in any means as far as waste remediation, but I have gone to the Olowalu dump site personally. I have seen that the felt in the liner is directly over cinder. There is no soil substrate. There's no 8 feet of soil protecting us. And from what I'm hearing is that this is a temporary site. We don't need a temporary site. We need a permanent solution. And if it takes 3 extra months to create that solution, I think that it's in the best interest of not only ourselves, but our children. These are my children here, and they understand the issue. They understand that dumping in Olowalu is going to create 2 disasters instead of just 1. We need to encapsulate things in Lahaina. There's no reason why we couldn't use shipping containers, burritos in Lahaina and take care of it all in one spot instead of smearing it across the island and allowing it to go directly into our ocean resources. The Olowalu site is a site for manta rays. It is a site for humpback whales, and the aquifer runs directly into the ocean. It will leak. It will leak quickly, and we will all suffer for it. This is a time that we should be proud of our decisions. I notice that you aren't looking at me right now, but we can be proud of our decisions. We can be proud of you guys by making the right decision, and that is to take our time and to do it correctly. There's no reason why we cannot listen to the scientists and become an example for the entire world. And with that, my son Wiley wanted to say something.
Usually some people go to the beach so they can, like, do things, what's this?
Is it stressful?
Oh my gosh. Okay, this is weird.
You were talking about the beach.
And So if we put all the ashes from Lahaina onto the island and it'll leak into the ocean, it will poison lots of people.
My 7-year-old understands this. Just saying. Thank you.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha, and I appreciate the opportunity that we can actually talk to you guys the first time, because the truth is, I live Lahaina Luna. I'm one of the last, very little schools, so we have thousands of children living in my area, and we're already in a contaminated space that, we're getting windy days. I watch the dust clouds come up my house. I wouldn't wish that on any other moku. We live in it already. We could easily do a better job at the beginning. It'll take a little bit longer, but we have to protect another moku. We cannot go and make a choice to bomb another moku out of existence, which I'm sorry, but there's an ancient time, Kalolopa, who was slaughtered by Simon Metcalf. He slaughtered the most Hawaiians ever with cannon fire along the shoreline there. This will be the second worst one or the first worst. You're going to kill more people than he did if you start dropping toxic chemical waste into a pu'u with more than just one star. There's actually formation around it and a rock formation. There's double layers of archaeology up there. To not respect the kupuna on that. And I was hanai to the kahuis raised in the village. And I teach kids about aloha aina in that moku to this day. I've got 1.2 million hours of volunteers came up there to a space. And we go teach people about malama aina from all over the world. And we're going to show them we're making one choice. And if you guys make the choice, this is on you guys. To the day you mock it, you're going to be thinking, oh, you can drop that bomb on Olowalu. It's a choice. We got to do it in Lahaina. I live there. I'm going to deal with it every day. We're already there. The ocean over there got compromised. To say that it's going to more compromise it is not a fact. If it rains, it's going to do it. Deal with it. Keep it there. It'll cut the time frame. No travel, no transit. You could, like he's talking about shipping containers, things like that. Dig a hole. There's plenty of spaces in Lahaina. Keep it in Lahaina, please. I'll deal with it every day. To bring it to the Aramoku and totally despoil in a special, special place. I know where the currents go. The currents aren't hitting us in Olowalu yet. I go in the water a lot. You can go look. No more opala in the water. It's crystal clear. And if you guys do them, I promise, this is like the worst choice you can ever make in our lifetimes. And like I said, I teach history there. Mount Lihau, they talk about no rainfall down there. Yeah, sure, and the banks don't want, but that's the foothills of a subtropical wetland, marsh, halim, many names up there, Manaka Halavai. But the truth is, if you do that, the foothills down there, you go put your feet in the water, in the sand below the surf spot there. Cold in the rocks, it's cold in the sand. That's all brackish, beautiful brackish springs coming straight down, flowing full blast, 24/7. And if you put contaminants into one pu'u, that's going to go straight in. I could go over there, put your finger, put a pencil in that stuff. It's going to go right through. You drop 1 ton or 400,000 tons on there, big pukas, straight to the pu'u, straight into our water, the underground aquifers. Please don't poison our keiki. One of my 2 daughters already moved way to mainland for survive, and cannot see that for the rest. To see the Olowalu village. Every tourist, every visitor, anyone going West Maui, gotta pass by that, a couple 100 feet away, a couple 100 yards, whatever. Drive through that. Every Jeep gonna catch a mouthful of ash in the hurricane winds. I slept up in the valley last night, 50-mile-an-hour winds all night, howling. Please don't do that to us.
Thank you, members. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have to read because I am getting too nervous. This isn't about people making people wrong. It's about truthful, honest, and factual evaluation of where we are in our belief system. If you cannot serve us in difficult times, what good are they? Why is there never enough time to do it right the first time, but always enough time to do it over? Part of the problem is that by doing it right, you are solving tomorrow's unseen problems today. This results in spending extra time that doesn't result in any immediate visible progress. Anything worth doing is worth doing right the first time. In the end, you should always do the right thing, even if it's hard. Rushing through a task can lead to mistakes, which then require additional time to correct. This is a blue zone. This issue will change Maui forever. I gave my sweat to save Honolulu Bay. I helped clean up Lapola Point. I joined Coral Reef Alliance and Maui Cultural Lands, clean up Honokawai Valley. What about the sea level rise? We all see the king tides coming over the road. And Ukumene is known for the gusty winds that blow from the uplands out to the sea. A little story when Lindsay's son Kalea was 4, he asked Grandpa Ed that question. It was a question no one had asked before. This was the answer he received. Why is it important? It's important because it's who we are. It's the very foundation. If we lose these things, then who are we? We become just voices in the wind. If we lose the cultural sites, then there's no story left to tell. There's no foundation for people to grow upon. You can't see it, you can't feel it or smell it. You would just have to read it in a book. Thank you.
Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Yes,
Yep.
we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So my name's Skip Roachford. I'm a faculty member in the School of Chemical, Biological, and Environmental Engineering at Oregon State University. I have a PhD in chemical engineering, and I've been working in plastics processing and recycling for about 45 years, 30 years at OSU. I also collaborate with Clean Oceans International and with Kevin Dwit at PDO Technologies that you're going to hear from some of the people in a little while. I was asked through folks at Clean Oceans International and community members in Maui to talk to them about alternative technologies. And I know the very first person, I've been here since 9 o'clock, so I've heard some great testimony, and I really appreciate the passion of the people of Lahaina and of Maui, and I really applaud you for listening to all the people. I think what I want to say just in a couple of brief moments is that there are technologies that can be used. Sure, time is of the essence, and I think it's important. The burrito and shipping container for the immediate solution, I think, is a great idea. It's going to keep it out of the environment as long as possible. And then we can take those containers and look at alternative technologies, which do exist: gasification, pyrolysis, conversion of ashes into cement. All of these technologies do exist, and I think it's really important that said you don't jump to the easiest thing, which is to put it in a hole. I know they've done that in California. They've done it in Oregon. They have these giant toxic pits now, and nobody's looking at the longer solution. We've been working in bioremediation for many years of toxic waste sites, and they've been 30, 40 years in the making. So, and I'll be brief. I'll finish up. So I just want to, reiterate what a lot of people have always said that the quick solution, the first thing you can do is to contain these things with the burritos and the containers, and the second thing is to consider all of the technologies. And I just want to end with this point: if you do this right, okay, if you look at, for instance, a waste energy complex at the site, whatever site you choose, you will be a model for the islands. You will be a model for the future, and your kids and their kids will be very happy that you helped to create an energy efficient solution to waste on the Hawaiian Islands. And I think that's a really important thing to look at, not just tomorrow, not just this month, but what does this do for the future? Many people have been talking about the future for the kids, and I think this is really important to look at these alternative technologies and become a model. If you come out of the ashes like the Phoenix, you'll be well worth it. Thank you very much.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Hello, members of the council and the community. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I will make this brief as I reiterate what many other people have said today. My name is Elliot Hedley, and I have a master's degree in climate science and policy from Scripps Institution of Oceanography. And my brother has lived on Maui for nearly a decade, and I have had the opportunity to develop my own personal connection to West Maui. Though I am observing this from afar, I want to express my heartfelt concern, and as well as my acknowledgement and respect and solidarity for the people of Lahaina, that this has to be a rapid solution, that there needs to be something done very quickly. And I understand that. I can't know what it's like to be in Lahaina right now, but I know something needs to happen quickly. I am also the board of directors member with Clean Oceans International, and I am familiar with other alternative solutions that will be a solution long term. I see pyrolysis, I see bioremediation, biochar as all possible solutions. There are a multitude. However, I understand that something needs to happen very quickly. And so I have recently been in touch with other members who have testified, and I see the burrito wrapping inside of a shipping container as a more viable solution rather than putting the material at the Olowalu site. I see putting the material at the Olowalu site as a temporary solution that will create a permanent problem that will need further remediation, more funding, and impacts that will yet to be seen for the communities in the reef around that area. I understand that this might create a further need to come together and talk, and there might be some resistance to that due to the need for this to happen quickly. So I will just echo what others have said, that the shipping container solution, keeping it maybe closer for the time being so that future possible solutions can be explored, hopefully quickly. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and respectfully, thank you.
Thank you. Hang on, yeah. Members, any questions for the testifier? I had one clarifying question. What was it that you're an oceanographer, you said?
I have a master's degree from Scripps Institution of Oceanography in climate science and policy. And in particular, I have been able to study water pollution from that. And I do recognize that it's an institution with colonial roots, but it gives me enough to know that I'm concerned for the site at Olowalu. The site is on top of very porous material. And I do believe that the 80 millimeter might hold for a while, but I think that a leak is inevitable. And not being an expert, I can just say that that's what I feel.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify on what you were saying was your credentials, and then your suggestion about the burrito wrap in a container. That's because as it is on the ground, anytime the water reaches it, whether it's from rain or a hose, that leachate is going into the ocean, and that's not good either. Clarifying, that's why your answer would be burrito wrap it and then put it in a shipping container.
Yes, I think that though the material is on the site now and needs to be dealt with, I believe that the process in transporting it, and I recognize that if water were able to enter the shipping container, I think there might be able to be more precautions that could be taken to prevent water from getting into a shipping container rather than on top of a coarse, rough cinder, such as the site of Olowalu. So to answer your question, I'd say that yes, that is possible, that could be further contamination, but I think it could be a better solution than to transport it into the site of Olowalu.
Thank you. Councilmember Rollins Fernandez has a question for you as well.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Mr. Hedley. So the idea of shipping containers, a 40-foot shipping container holds about 29 tons of material. And so with 400,000 tons, that would be 13,800 shipping containers. Did you do the math on that? And was that like what you kind of came out with?
I'd seen a different number from something a separate a separate community member had put forward, and I am not an expert in this, so I do understand that there would be a lot of logistical challenges, and for those in Lahaina, then where to put those shipping containers is also a big challenge. So I would like to acknowledge that this is not a good solution either, and coming from someone as the outside, I recognize that that's not something that I can easily say, yes, this is what we should do. But I see the implications that might happen at Oluwalu, the potential contamination, and I think that that risk is too great. And once again, respectfully, from an outside perspective, this is my input. Thank you.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Oluwalu.
Aloha everyone from Waianae. I'm getting you guys from Blue Jeans all the way in Waianae. Want to support Eddie Garcia. Of course, we oppose this project. We did look it over. There was a Google data fact sheet that's been going out to the social media. I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but I can send it for everyone who's on the Blue Jeans stuff through the chat, because not only was I there, but also filmed for Ololo TV, and we produced what you guys aren't seeing. Eddie Garcia is a great farmer with regenerative farming, and the benefits right now at Oluwalu is his homestead building project. He already has 20-foot container homes he can get for $3,000, 40-foot containers he can get for $6,000, and he's willing to put this on a trailer with a backwater toilet, off-the-grid water solar power system, and give it to any of the families who have survived the fires for free, and also show him how to farm too. He's already doing this right now through his own 501c3 local nonprofit. The news really isn't talking about it, but I filmed it all. It's on YouTube. And I made those videos over the holiday weekend, and I can show you the whole process. It took over about 3 months of filming, and it's a 2-hour interview. It also includes the recent Oluwalu protests, because they're protectors, not protesters. We want to make sure we use the words clarify to clear everything. And I can send everyone who's on the Blue Jeans the YouTube link right now, because I just sent it right now to you guys who are online. So sorry if you guys are inside in the county council. I know it sucks with parking, trying to get everything across. You got 3 minutes. But luckily, Eddie is the expert here with all that stuff. It is in the Google fact sheet. There's the Oluwalu toxic dump sheet. We're talking about the heiau, because it's temples. And if people cannot speak our language, meaning Olelo Hawaii, for example, if you say keikis or kapunas, you add an S in our language, there's no S in Olelo Hawaii. You're literally illiterate. So I can tell who's really smart about this akamai and who's really trying to blow smoke up our okole puka. Well, I want to wish you all support, and I encourage you guys all, if you guys are inside, sitting down now in that room, you guys go talk to Eddie Garcia. You guys talk to everyone in the lawn outstairs, because Eddie lives right there on the private Oluwalu. You can drive by there, and what he doesn't tell you, what you're going to see in the videos we filmed, is that behind there, he's growing massive food of kalo, breadfruit, papayas, and all this good stuff for all of you guys out there. Less than 6 months, using worms, fungi, and wood chips. Because, you know, the soil is dry there with arid and rocks. It's worse than Waianae because it's dry, as you can tell by the dump. But right there's a beautiful forest like Fern Gully. I would encourage you all to go and visit. Thank you all. Love Lahaina. Chee-hoo. West side, best side. Yeah, you. Woo-hoo. Bigga, bigga.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Oluwalu.
Thank you, Chairperson. So my name is Kevin Dwit. I'm the founder and CEO of a small-scale technology company called PDO Technologies. I just want to offer my sincere sympathies up front. In the Pacific Northwest, where I'm based, we too very much understand the devastation of wildfires, and it is something that's incomprehensible to those who don't know it. So my sympathies go out to the entire community. I'm so sorry about what you're going through. My company PDO deploys a scalable technology in a permanent or in a temporary setting that converts waste plastic debris into useful fuel products. The science is called pyrolysis. I think you guys have talked about that. And while that's a somewhat novel science, it's not a panacea for the entire debris field from this awful disaster. It's not one solution that fits everything. Our technology, though, can accommodate waste plastic debris that's commingled with other debris, metal, ash, whatever, and essentially extract the useful hydrocarbons from the waste. These fuel products can then be blended with off-road fuels to provide localized energy supplies for yellow iron assets, generators, whatever would need fuel. We're based in Oregon and have equipment ready to deploy in Q1 if that were a need. We're willing to spend additional time explaining our technology and company in subsequent discussions with anybody who would like to know more. We're happy to engage in a visit either way, us coming there or your team coming here to our operational site in Brooks, Oregon, and be happy to answer more questions at that point in time. I'll leave additional time for a few questions, and if you have none, we'll speed things up a little bit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dwit. Members, questions for the testifier? Member Cook.
Chair, could we ask the testifier to send this company information to the committee?
Mr. Dwit, can you send your company's information to the DRIP committee at drip.committee@mauicounty.us?
I will find that address probably in the chat. Certainly happy to do so. Yeah.
Thank you. I had two clarifying questions on your proposal. What is the estimated time frame to build a facility like that pyrolysis that you were speaking of, and what would be the estimated cost? And would that cost be to the county, or are you just offering it and gonna write grants for it?
Those are great questions, Councilwoman. I can certainly provide cost estimates in terms of availability. We have the ability to. We have already existing assets here from a previous company of mine called Agilix, and we acquired those so that we're operationally pretty much ready to go. It really depends on the infrastructure in which we place those assets. So if it's a greenfield or a brownfield site, or in an existing building and a small crane, we can be up and operational very, very quickly. We're not very high in terms of demand on usage of power or natural gas or propane. In terms of cost, I'd have to look and probably discuss with people with a lot more detail as to what we would be looking at, and then develop some estimates and work with the council on finding funding alternatives, right? Whether it's through the government, local, state, federal, whatever. We would just have to have that as a process, and we're happy to do that. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. I was kind of looking for a quantification, like X amount of months, X amount of dollars, rather than what you said.
So we could be operational depending on the, again, the infrastructure already in place. If we had a building to land into, just the scheduling of the equipment, getting over there, I would say within, 2 to 4 months operational at that point. And in terms of cost, that, our equipment is not, it's in the low millions of dollars. And that's if it's permanently purchased by somebody. If it's brought over as a toll processing thing, we just have to figure out that schedule, what it would look like so that we can cover our costs. I would, for this disaster, obviously not want to be a profit center per se, but just to cover the cost of operations so that we can get the process and the site cleaned up. So I'd have to look at that and just estimate that for you. I don't really have that information at this time, and I'm sorry.
And then, I don't know if you're familiar with Hawaii laws, but under normal circumstances, would this require an environmental impact statement, your proposal of what you're trying to build and how many acres would be required?
So typically not. We've been permitted with this technology in several states, Oregon, Minnesota, Georgia, California, and others. So in terms of permitting, it's mostly air quality, air emissions impacts, which are very, very low. We're more like a Chipotle or a Burger King in terms of air emissions. In terms of, and I forgot the other part of your question.
Acreage.
Acreage. We're looking at 15,000 square feet for a 10-ton per day operational facility, with another half of that amount, 7,500 square feet, for pre-processing of the material. So not a lot of acreage. This is pole barn type of structures that can house our equipment, and over there we wouldn't need walls, of course, since the weather is so beautiful.
And how long do you estimate it would take to address the 400,000 estimate of, I think it's cubic feet or something?
Yeah, we would want to try to segregate the waste plastic portion as best we could from all the other material and work to or convert that into a fuel product that we can use then to power all the other equipment for all the other processes. So we're one part of what I would consider to be a multi-technology solution. That's so we're limited in what we can do. We'd have to look at the tonnage of plastic, not the overall tonnage. We don't want to put ash and metal and other debris through our process if we're going to get no extractable hydrocarbons out of it. It wouldn't be a waste of effort on everybody's part. So we'd have to look at segregation. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you. Okay. Oh, Member Rollins Fernandez has a few clarifying questions for you.
Just one.
Mahalo,
Chair. Aloha, Mr. Dwit. Mahalo for your testimony. How did you hear about this meeting? Were you invited to participate?
Yeah, I work with Skip Roachford at Oregon State, who I'm an alum of the school, as well as Clean Oceans International. And we actually talked with somebody there a few weeks ago on I think right before Christmas on that weekend, and worked really hard to put together as good a data set in terms of information as we could to present to the council. And we're just hoping to be part of the solution and not be part of any ongoing problem.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Mahalo, Mr. DeWitt.
Excuse me, people in the audience, can you please stop yelling things out during the proceedings and spontaneously clapping? That would be much appreciated. Thank you. Sorry, Member Rollins Fernandez, are you finished?
I am. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, next up, if there's no further questions from any of the other members, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we have, thank you, the testifier. If staff can start unmuting the telephone testifiers when it's their turn to testify. We have the testifier with the last four digits, 5990, to be followed by 4543, and then 6783. 5990, it's your turn to testify.
Aloha, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Yana Slack. I was reared on Maui and spent hundreds of hours of my childhood and adolescence on the water in Olowalu and sailing around the Pali to get there. And because of that experience, I can attest to the force of the winds in that area. It is incredibly powerful, the wind that comes down that mountain and comes out of the West Maui's. The first thing I would like to bring up is when the gentleman from the Army Corps of Engineers, I believe it was his testimony, where he was speaking about as if it was a good thing that any water that flowed through the dump site would be diverted, because as we all know, there are numerous streams. There's a very important watershed that comes down the mountain there and feeds the reef. And so diverting that water breaks that very important ecosystem and kills off a major source of nourishment for the reef. So I know he meant well in bringing that up, or I hope he meant well in bringing that up, but that is actually would be a terrible thing to happen to the reef and just to happen to the vai. We want to see the vai restored from Melka to Mokai. We don't want to divert it. We don't want to mess with it. And then I also wanted to bring up the question about the containers. Another council member mentioned that there would an estimate of needing 13,000 containers to contain the 400,000 tons of toxic ash and dust and debris. And I am sure that Matson would only be too happy to take more government funds out of Hawaii to provide those shipping containers. And then finally, Mayor Bisson, in his opening remarks, mentioned that, this decision was made with an eye towards a solution that would take care of the greatest number of people. And I don't think that he is thinking about the people who aren't here yet, the people in the coming generations. They are part of the people that we have to be thinking about. And we cannot create a problem right now that 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years down the line, the future generations will have to deal with. And he's not thinking about them, and there's going to be way more of them. And I will leave it there. I'm grateful for your time. Mahalo piha.
And just clarifying, you said your name was Yana Slack?
Yana Slack.
Gianna Slack.
Yana, yes.
Yana Slack. Okay.
Correct.
Members, any questions for the testifiers? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
I'm a 32, almost 33-year resident of Lahaina. My house on Baby Beach did burn down. I had an animal refuge that we lost 10 animals, saved 18, and ran for our lives. I saw the fire. I saw how it started. Everything that was told in 2018 was not followed. To move, now I have to go through that. And to move now garbage and toxic and everything to Olowalu that has the worst wind in that area, and to wrap it up like a burrito and think it's not going to leak almost immediately, I think the best idea is everybody, no matter how many, depending on acreage or the size of property maybe, to bring mats and containers on all the properties. And when they go clean it, they stick it in that burrito in that container, throw it in there, make sure it's sealed watertight, and now come to a solution of where these will go. At least they can stand and not have to worry about it. And then bury them. People bury these containers for bomb shelters. But to just think you can put dirt and then tell us that it's not going to leak, or the best is to say it's temporary. That is like saying that the sun's going to come up at 10 at night. It is not going to happen. It costs more money, more lawsuits for people that'll say, I can't breathe. It's ruining my eyes, all sorts of stuff. My daughter has leukemia, all sorts of things. Who knows? Who knows? We all don't know. We do know that it will leak in the Aina. We do know it will go into the ocean, ruin the coral, ruin a paradise the way they say it is. And I mean, it's not sustainable now. We don't have enough water on that island. There's not enough water for the people that live there right now without Lahaina. Without Lahaina. People can't live, and now they have to breathe in toxins. You have to come up with another solution. You can't just say, oh, by the way, let's have a meeting and tell you all what we're going to do. That is not fair. You have to let us know what is a plan and give solutions, not just tell us what you're going to do. I hope you really think of the containers with the burritos in the containers. I really hope you do. Think of our future. Aloha.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
My name's David Schwartz. I'm a marine geologist, and I'm currently the Education Director of Clean Oceans International, also known as COI is our acronym. I've been studying Earth, marine, and environmental systems for over 40 years, and I recently retired from Cabrillo College in Santa Cruz, California, serving as the program chair of Geology, Oceanography, and Environmental Science departments for 35 years. Along the way, I met a good friend and colleague, Jim Homer Holm, founder and executive director of COI. One of our goals is to promote and facilitate the adoption of portable plastic to waste conversion technology to smaller communities, and COI are collectively on board with whatever we can do to be a service for Maui. We strongly feel a long-term waste energy complex on Maui can be the most optimal solution to reduce some immediate and future waste issues. This complex can include different technologies employed by several organizations working together, some of which mentioned today, PDO technologies, IERM, YAME possibly. As a geologist, I want to express apprehension, with all due respect, regarding the viability of landfilling waste as a sustainable, long-term solution on Maui. I understand there's a robust plan for the temporary debris storage site, but I still worry about the 100% effectiveness of the geotech and the other liners planned for the temporary site and how long that site will be in operation. What I've seen, the permanent plant site has significant challenges due to topography. Landfills in general have a well-documented history of leaching hazardous chemicals into groundwater systems, and in the context of Maui, my concern is that contaminated groundwater may eventually intermingle with seawater and the nearby world-renowned sacred Olawale Reef system. I also want to strongly recommend that the delegation of Maui decision makers visit one of KOI's partners, PDO Technologies in Brooks, Oregon. You just heard from Kevin Dwit. I recently did, and it was well worth my time. Their innovative machines with the potential of deployment on Maui are capable of converting plastic into diesel additive. This would eliminate plastic and increase fuel supplies safely. Compared to conventional oil, petroleum extraction, environmental benefits. It uses less energy, less water, and emits fewer greenhouse gases. I'll conclude by reiterating saying that our envisioned waste energy complex has the potential to provide Maui with a remarkable short and long-term opportunity. These technologies could play an important role in reducing debris from the Lahaina fire, as well as make steps towards a more sustainable waste disposal and energy plan for decades to come. Maui can showcase to island nations worldwide a superior approach to waste and energy management. I urge you to take more time to look into some of these options. And thank you for your time. I hope to meet many of you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olawale.
Hello, my name is Louise Palmer, and I've lived the last 5 years at 1010 Front Street. And I lived in the past in Oregon and Alaska, and I've watched and I lived through the Exxon Valdez. And I was actually married to the environmental engineer for the Kenai Peninsula during the project. So I've seen how disasters and communities have come together, and I feel like that this is getting rushed down us through FEMA like there are no alternatives. And I really hope that county council, that y'all have had an overwhelming task. This is more than y'all can even make decisions on. That if we can take the time to have a round table, like everybody pretty much has said today, looking at alternatives to find some of the best solutions. And I support the temporary idea of putting burritos in containers for now. And I'm against the Olawale place for the temporary site, like everybody else seems to be. And with so many people in the community opposing this and not wanting to rush it, it's a sign that that county council really needs to slow down in this decision making. And it would be really cool if we could do some very progressive ideas for solutions and be a global example on how to do it right. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer. Next up, is there any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olawale.
So we're told to trust the government. They're here to help. It's the same government that was warned about the potential threat to Lahaina from the fires and didn't do anything about it. Can I get a show of hands as to how many people in here have faith in the government? I suspect that she would. Yes. Okay. So I'm not here. I'm not a professional or marine biologist, or I'm just a regular guy. Okay. But what I do know about is integrity. All right. C.S. Lewis said integrity is doing the right thing when no one is looking. The Old Testament book of Proverbs 10:9 says, whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes a crooked path will be found out. All right. I spoke last week at the event in Olawale. The decision has been made. It's over. It's done. Mr. Garcia, it's a done deal. All right? It's got to be stopped. as I said, Helen Keller and Stevie Wonder in Ottawa last week could see that this is the worst possible place to put this stuff. All right? Why are we, what is going on here? Again, I'm just a simple guy, but I can see it. All right? And Helen Keller and Stevie Wonder can see it. I don't understand it. I have much more to say, but because of the time limit, I'm going to cut it down, and I'll just leave you with this. In today's world, what we create is limited to what is allowed, where we can stand, where we can sit, who we can applaud for, et cetera, et cetera. Sadly, we are no longer a free people. We are manipulated by the elites for their best interests. Government used to serve us. Are they serving us now? No. The politicians, government officials, legacy media, and social media platforms are not working for the working class. They are doing the bidding of the elites. They are bought and paid for. Not all, but most. Mr. Johnson and the other council member who voted against this get my full appreciation, support, respect, and admiration. We need more people like that. You need more people like that. I can leave here today. I'm not from Maui. I can move anywhere in the world. Integrity is the only thing we will leave this earth with. Material gains, the houses, estates, cars, jewelry, and all the other materialistic things, accomplishments that any of us make during our terrestrial experience here will be gone the minute we take our last breath. When we wake up in the next dimension, wherever you think that is, the only thing we're going to have with us is our integrity. And our integrity is our resume. All right? When we leave here today, we all need to go work on our resumes. Some, a lot more than others, but all of us do.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Hey, my council, Mr. Mayor, my name is Bennett DeBeer, concerned Maui resident, testifying on Bill 2(13). First, I'd like to give a shout out to Bruce Douglas downstairs, the guy that put up the tent and the TVs for everyone down there. There's like 30 to 50 people downstairs that are watching this, so thanks, Bruce Douglas, for doing that. Second thing I'd like to ask Mr. Mayor, I know your office, 9th floor, has been sealed off for almost 50 days or maybe over 50 days, and I'm just wondering when you're going to unseal the 9th floor for the public to have 100% unfettered access to their mayor. My next one is, I would love to see general attendant town hall meetings with you, Mr. Mayor, with the public, just general attendance town meetings where we can interact without testifying and no back and forth. So I would love to see those town hall meetings. I've been here on this microphone September and a few other times, have gotten no response or anything. I've left email, phone number, all that. So we'd love to see our public town hall meetings with our mayor, and we'd like to get the 9th floor office open, so that'd be great. To address the Oluwalu debris site, sitting here right now, as we sit here, there's full-blown construction prepping the site for about a few days since after Christmas. So that's happening right now. There's bulldozers, there's construction work, prepping the site. Along HP Alani, they're getting it all ready. So I don't know if it goes on or it doesn't, whether we like it or not. I know that you have the final call, Mr. Mayor. You said that on video a few weeks back. I saw that, which is fine. You're our mayor. So I'm not sure what's going on, because unless you can guarantee 100% that that plastic liner is not going to puncture, we all know what happens when it leaches into that ground and then it goes out into that ocean. We all know what happens. And whether it works or not, that will be your legacy, Mr. Mayor. That will be your legacy. I hope to God it works. But if it doesn't work, what kind of meetings are we going to be having then? Right? It's going to be a reactive situation. We got to be proactive. And I stand here today in opposition, and I do not support the Oluwalu temporary debris site. Thanks.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Oluwalu.
I mean, my ears are perking up with the idea of putting in, if there's a container that can be completely sealed. Have we even thought about it could be a crazy idea, but the Army has these giant helicopters. Could we helicopter it over to where there's blue rock instead of cinder? Maybe, I know 30 acres, well, I learned 30 acres, Mauka side of the Central Maui dump is blue rock. It is personally owned, but there are landowners we could petition to give us different land that can be blue rock and not cinder. This is what really worries me the most. I care about Maui, and I know that you guys have the hardest decision right now. And I just bless you with all the love and all the unity that we can come together, because when there's a solution we can all stand behind, it will be amazing. Thank you so much.
Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
I'd like to share my concerns from the information that I have seen overall. My concern number one is moving hazardous material from one place, aka Lahaina, to another place, Olowalu, just creates two hazardous environments, not just one. I comprehend the idea that the debris on the ground is obviously hazardous to community currently, and time is of the essence, but is it a wise choice to just move it to be a hazard in another location? It seems that it is being intended as a temporary solution. However, from what it looks like, there seems to be a proposition for this space right next to it to become the permanent site. Also, aren't we just kicking the ball down the road or leaving it up to some future generation to deal with? Out of sight, out of mind, as the saying goes. Concern number two, no environmental impact study has been done for the temporary site, I believe. Yes, this does take time, but I'm sure you can all agree that at very least there needs to be an environmental impact study done on the Olowalu site before it's moved, even if it is a temporary site. I know that was mentioned, as long as it doesn't get water damage, it will be okay and not to pose a threat. However, isn't that part of what's got us into this mess in the first place? The unpredictability of the weather and what possible hurricane or storm could bring with it. We all know Olowalu is extremely windy too. Do we really need a possible threat of toxic landslide or hazardous debris seeping through the porous earth and into the groundwater system in Olowalu? We already know that this could threaten the mother, sorry, I'm getting a bit, okay. So, mothery, thank you. Then the third thing is, why hasn't the bioremediation taken place sooner? It would have mitigated a lot of the current hazards as it is. I really appreciate Ms. Hartman brought about. She was one of the experts forward in the meetings. Even if it does take a little bit more time to treat the affected debris to make it less harmful, this sounds like a viable solution. Firstly, it'll make the debris less harmful where it currently is in Lahaina. Also, being wherever it'll be transported, it'll be temporary stored, whichever permanent site that is, it'll be much safer there as well. All in all, I really feel that the bioremediation, from everything that I've heard, needs to be incorporated into this process of the debris removal, whatever is decided, before it's relocated. And much more clear message of what's going on needs to be shared with the community, because I think it's just a matter of miscommunication, which is making the distrust happen there. And even if it's not agreed upon from the corporate council that will be effective as to what they believe according to their expertise, the general consensus among the community and myself is it can't hurt the situation and probably make it better.
Thank you. Buckley. Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Hello and good day, Mayor Bisson and elected members of the County Council. Thank you for being here. But please remember that you are elected to be here and you work for us. Thank you to everyone who showed up to support and testify. I may be wrong, but I haven't heard any testimony in support of the proposal, so I hope you're listening. I would also like to remember the lives lost in the disaster and the lives still with us that are turned upside down. My name is Kyle Turner. I've been a renter resident of Olowalu for the past 21 years. I'm a business owner of a business that survived in the middle of the burn zone in Lahaina. As a Lahaina business owner, we need to have the debris from the burn zone removed as soon as possible. We also understand leaving debris in place much longer will be devastating to the environment if we have any flooding rains or more wind events. But as a resident of Olowalu and the west side, we don't even want a temporary dump in Olowalu. The problem with the downslope wind we experience on a daily basis. The constant winds, which probably averages 15 to 20 miles an hour, will blow the toxic ash and dust debris directly into the ocean, which is less than a mile away, and across the highway that tens of thousands of vehicles drive through every day. How much exposure to the dust and ash is too much? I would argue any amount is too much. Can you honestly say that there was going to be no dust with your wet containment measures? Thank you to the gentleman from the Army Corps of Engineers for illustrating the process. The burritos that are used to transport the material seem inefficient. The 2 feet of soil on top of the liner seems inefficient, especially when we're moving and transporting the debris to the permanent site. How will the contaminated soil be removed without damaging the liner? What are the odds of this site becoming a permanent site? I believe the even bigger problem is the potential and likely contamination of our groundwater supply. I didn't hear anything about flooding, rains filling up the site and overflowing. If the liner is airtight, that means it's watertight too. What are the protections for flooding? Fortunately, my water supply at my house is from surface stream water. The Oluwalu River is a finite resource that won't be able to supply everyone forever. To supply water for the future, we have to drill or dig wells to tap groundwater. It is common knowledge the water is already being pumped and piped from Lahaina, the Puamana, and Laniapoko subdivisions. Are these underground aquifers all connected? Can we build the temporary site to the permanent site specifications? I don't believe that toxins will be contained. How long is temporary? How long is temporary? Unfortunately, with the distrust of our government, we don't know if we can believe you. All of you from the top down need to do a better job of providing us with answers and reassurances that this will work. I appreciate the Maui Recovers website, but are those facts or just answers? Who are the experts? Did any of you get any third-party experts? When can I expect the answers to my questions? I want to go on the record as being 100% opposed to the temporary and permanent site in Oluwalu. I can't speak for my neighbors, but I'm 99% sure that they're all opposed as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Oluwalu.
It's unfortunate that we're at this point. I'm here testifying once again as a direct lineal descendant of Ohanas from Oluwalu in opposition of the temporary site and extremely concerned and wanting to bring awareness to the violations to our cultural rights for the desecration that has already occurred and asking for a stop to be put to it. There's been a lot said today, and I have deep respect for all aspects, even down to the point of Koho'olave being brought up. My father, Liko Martin, was one of the forefathers of that Renaissance and started Aloha Aina. When Uncle George Helm disappeared there, I was just an infant on the beaches of Makena as that had begun. And it is so deeply hurtful to hear and see that even being spoken of as an option. And hand in hand within the same breaths of many different posts and reference to that, one desecration as an absolute no, and we had recovered from that. Not really, but at least it stopped. And on the other hand, here we have Oluwalu, the sacred Aina of Oluwalu, and our cultural rights, which have not been upheld within constitutional obligations of the county and all federal agencies a part of this. And for Oluwalu then to be looked at as an okay, as an option, it's not right. OHA submitted a letter on our behalf. Under the reinstated laws of Hawaii, 1955, it clearly states that we have our rights to our culture and all of our practices, and that is to be protected under the Constitution. In 1959, those laws were revised. The Hawaiian Homes Land Act, I'm a little pressured under time right now, was instated. OHA was created as the governing authority to represent then us Native Hawaiians in upholding and holding accountable all governmental agencies to do appropriate means necessary to protect our Native rights, which includes the archaeological assessments that have not been done. And this whole operation is in violation of that. So everything that is being spoken of, if we ho'omanau nui, take some steps back and follow the proper protocols, I think we'll all be in a better place.
Members,
Mahalo.
any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha, Council, and all the people who showed up to voice their concerns. I would just like to remind us that we're all human, right? And history has shown us that as human beings, we have intellect, we make mistakes, and let's all be human about this. You know, if mistakes were made, stop. You know, it doesn't make you a bad person to make mistakes. We all make mistakes. You know, we all get rushed into decisions, you know, that we regret later. You know, when they only affect us or our immediate family, it hurts, yes. But when they affect generations to come and people, communities, it's a lot bigger mistake, yeah? And as human beings, I hope that we can remember our humanity, all of us, yeah? And remember our humanity and move forward with that thought, with that feeling for each other and for the place that we live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha Chair, aloha
Thank
Council
you.
members. First of all, always just express my sincere sympathy for the families in Lahaina and Kula for your loss. You should always be the ones making the decisions for the area where you live. I just am going to repeat my suggestion to rewatch November 5th, 2019, Environmental, Agricultural, Cultural Preservation Committee meeting where Dr. Albert Ratner, professor of mechanical engineer from University of Iowa or Iowa Technology Institute, presented your body with a downdraft gasification solution. There should be a return to all of the technologies that were ever presented. That would be only fair. I know there was more than just his. I just want to say I'm in gratitude to Mr. Dwit from PDO Technologies. I'm anxious to hear more. I think that maybe a good step would be at one point we had a Maui wastewater community work group. While I didn't actually, I wasn't really part of that. I see that the community's participation sort of warrants something of the same. Where you can gather the intellect and those who are committed to, weekly meetings, what have you, to follow this subject would be important. And particularly because when it comes to purchasing technology that will be used past this disaster time, that's where the nitty-gritty conversations are had, and maybe it deserves representation from the cost of government, an auditor, what have you. Yeah, we need a forum for the community to continue to provide their input. And I just want to caution. I'll wrap it up. I just want to caution. I went to the Olowalu meeting in the temporary disposition meeting in Lahaina, and nobody wants to make a mistake. I guess we're past the time where people can admit when they're wrong, but I would just really caution our administration leaders and department heads in making broad stroke statements. It's obvious this is a sensitive issue and people want to give their input. So just be careful and be kind and compassionate when you make statements. Nothing is said, nothing is done until everybody has input. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, members. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
I'm Monica Pele. I just want to read from a document that was established in Lahaina back in 1840. This document reflects the rights of the native people of Hawaii, or whoever's living at that time and to the present day. It goes this way, like so. A God meaning consciousness. God is made of one blood, all nations of men to dwell on earth in unity and blessedness. God, consciousness, has also bestowed certain rights alike on all men and all chiefs and all people of all lands. These are some of the rights which he has given alike to every man and every chief of correct deportment: life, limb, liberty, freedom from oppression, the earnings of his hands and the production of his mind, not however to those who act in violation of the laws. God, consciousness, has also established government and rule for the purpose of peace. But in making laws for the nation, it is by no means proper to enact laws for the protection of the rulers only, without also providing protection for their subjects. Also, neither is it proper to enact laws to enrich the chiefs only, without regard to enriching their subjects also. And hereafter there shall by no means be any laws enacted which are at variance with what is above expressed, nor any service or labor required of any man in a manner which is at variance with the above sentiments. That's Kauikeaoli, 1840. The second document that I want to finish with has much to do with your opening statements, Ms. Paltin. And I'll read it. It's Aili Lokalani, by the grace of God and under the Constitution of the Hawaiian Kingdom. Queen, do hereby solemnly protest against any and all acts done against myself and the constitutional government of the Hawaiian Kingdom by certain persons claiming to have established a provisional government of and for this kingdom. That I yield to the superior force of the United States of America, whose Minister Plenipotentiary, His Excellency John L. Stevens, has caused United States troops to be landed at Honolulu and declared that he would support the said provisional government. Now, to avoid any collision of armed forces and perhaps the loss of life, because we are in a state of war, I do under this protest and impelled by said force yield my authority until such time as the government of the United States shall, upon the fact being presented to it, undo the action of its representative and reinstate me in the authority which I claim as the constitutional sovereign of the Hawaiian Islands. Done in January 1789. These documents, both of these documents and several others, were hand-delivered to Bob Fenton, Mark Wingate. These documents are technically...
For your testimony.
I'm sorry?
I did have one. Thank you for your testimony. I had a clarifying question. I have you, and you stated your name was Monica Pele. Further down on the testifier list, number 85, I have Tristan Fleming Nazara. Is he testifying separately, or is that also you?
That is not me, and he's not testifying.
Okay.
But and
Tristan is not testifying.
No. Real quickly, these documents are an invocation of the law of war that the United States and the Hawaiian Kingdom have been in since 1893. It's been 130 years of hostility, which the protest, upon its enter as a treaty of peace, a treaty of truce, was to bar all acts of hostility for the duration of the conflict. These acts being promoted by the county and the state are promotion of the acts of hostility which they were barred from engaging in since 1893. So we're dealing with the law of war, which far exceeds the county rules and regulations or the state of Hawaii. And I think this information is so important that everyone in the state of Hawaii, everyone in the United States of America should understand, so that we can come to the place of truth to resolve this issue. This 131-year issue now, come next January 17, right? And return to the state of peace that once existed between both countries.
Members, any clarifying questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I come up here testifying as a concerned farmer who has had the opportunity to steward and cultivate a piece of land that sits directly beneath the current temporary dump site. And I've also had the opportunity to learn about regenerative agriculture and its benefits and how transformational it can be. And everything that this dump site is currently, we're told about it goes against everything that I've had the opportunity to practice over the past year. Our goal is regeneration, and everything about this current plan screams degradation. Living in Olowalu has allowed me to witness some of the extreme weather conditions that occur, with the ones being of most concern being the winds and the intense flooding that happens when we experience heavy rains. We consistently are clocking winds that range from 15 to 45 miles an hour on our wind meters, and these winds come blowing offshore, carrying dust into the ocean. I have videos of this dust blowing in front of my car headlights at night just a couple days ago, and it's pretty normal for us to find a fine coating of dust on all of our flat surfaces when we experience one of these wind events. Last night is a great example of that. There was extreme winds throughout the whole night. And I've also noticed a significant increase in the amount of dust accumulating in the air on the plants and on surfaces since the start of the construction of this temporary site. The situation is already challenging as it is, and it will only make it more challenging with the introduction of toxic compounds into that dust. It's my understanding that the proposed plan is to wrap the materials in a plastic liner before bringing it to Olowalu, but I've seen plastics deteriorate in a matter of weeks due to the sun exposure. And I heard the Army Corps of Engineers himself say, if it breaks, we'll fix it. So that doesn't really, it's not really reassuring. Sounds like I'm running out of time here. So another factor that is also extremely concerning is the flooding that happens, and the proposed dump site sits on top of a water table. And when it rains heavily, that water table, which is the gully, which is right now dry, turns into a river, a waterfall, and all that flows directly into the ocean. And everything that I've seen of the temporary site does not convince me that that water will not carry some of these pollutants into our ocean. I'll just wrap up. I believe that moving this waste to Olowalu, even with a temporary site, will have untold consequences to the environment, the community, and our future generations. So I ask that you guys reconsider your decision on this temporary site and halt all actions immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Go ahead.
Aloha, my name is Rose Riley. I want to start off by saying that Japan considers it archaic to bury their trash. They consider it to be a very low level because it does pollute the groundwater. I would also like to say that my friend's site of family, historical, sacred land, there's so many sites up there have already been desecrated. So it is completely unacceptable to dump those things in Olowalu. You do not have permission from the proper people, and the laws state that they should be protected. The environmental concerns are glaring, and keeping the stuff in Lahaina has already been many solutions as to do that properly. So to protect the kids is to do so in a right way. I was able to walk and talk in sentences before I was a year old. I had my first past life memory when I was 3. By the time I was 7, I realized that this society that the United States comes from does not have the capacity to communicate properly. They do not have the capacity for logical conclusions, to be able to take things from the problem stage into a viable solution in the right ways, in the right times. We are looking at egregious crimes against humanity, especially in these islands for the last 130 years. So what we're looking at is the need to not force the community that is already traumatized because this government did not take the necessary precautions to protect them. After 15 years of going to water meetings and listening to kupuna all over this island, I know more about how these watersheds work than these governments seem to. Coming up and arguing with us, taking us to the Supreme Court about the obvious leaching of these injection wells. 77% of the water is in private hands in Lahaina. No wonder it burned down. So the things that are being brought up today are not things to be brushed to the side because they're inconvenient, not things to be put into these pathetic plans of things that do not work. I have another minute. That it is unacceptable to not have logical progression of thought. Logic is a class at the college. Everyone can take it. And there are math equations that determine the viability of arguments and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Hi, aloha Chair Patton and members. Thank you for convening this informational meeting and the chance for everyone attending to learn from one another. My name is Rob Parsons. I'm a 45-year Maui resident and also served for 12 years as Maui County Environmental Coordinator in the office of Mayor Alan Arakawa. So I'm somewhat familiar with working with various county, state, and federal agencies, as well as attending meetings that can be highly controversial. This appears to be one of those project proposals that defies belief, with so many segments of our community wondering, how in the world did we get here? Although there have been previous hearings, it has taken time for the public to hear the scope of what is being proposed. I agree with many others who have stated previously and today that all site work should cease and desist while viable and more environmentally sensible solutions may be explored and vetted. There have been several plausible alternatives offered today, including on-site bioremediation, compost and microbial options, gasification, and other sites for such a facility. It has been noted that those with expertise in compliance with federal environmental laws and practices may not have even considered these options. Let me tell you about my friend's property in Kula, one of 20 properties in Kulalani Drive and elsewhere that burned down on August 8th. I witnessed the remediation of that site on several occasions, from the first removal of toxic materials to the site work with the excavators, and something in excess of 40 truckloads were removed. About half of those were burrito wrapped. Others were dealt with differently because it was different materials. After all of that, after about a week, it started late and ran late, and even after all their work, soil sampling was done, revealing heavy metals. So I think the idea that all of Lahaina could be dealt with in 12 months is just not, it will take years. I truly believe it will take years, and trying to expedite something that must be done properly is not going to work out well. We learned at an early age that haste makes waste. Anything worth doing is worth doing right. During my time in the mayor's office, I participated in voyages with
Thank you
DLNR
for
and
your
Nature
testimony,
others.
Mr. Parsons.
One minute left to
Members,
remind.
any
I'm
that was your
careful.
time. Yeah, thank you.
I'm not
Members,
clear if
any
that was
questions for the
or-
testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
I am a resident here of this beautiful island, and my mom barely escaped the fire, which is obviously why I have grave concern. But, you know, I've had grave concern here since the beginning, watching this tragedy unfold and the atrocities in which it have been handled. So for us to now take Olowalu as a new solution is just leaving a battle at the feet of our children. But, you know, there's no reason that if the federal government can literally steal Hawaii, that they cannot also pay for it to be appropriately handled. So I don't understand why Maui County isn't asking for appropriate funds from our perfect government, from the federal government. But honestly, you know, I just want to say that I really do believe that if you move it to Olowalu, this is just premeditated murder. So I would like to know who will be held responsible in the future for all of the people that you poison. Will it be you? Will it be you, or will it be Bisson? We know he's missing, but it doesn't seem to matter to any of you. So who will be responsible for the murder of all these people? You haven't taken accountability for it yet. And also, since you guys don't care, I'll just say for any homeowners here, Lahaina homeowners, if you lost your home, we are actually working on a criminal indictment to hold all of you responsible for your nefarious actions and the evil that you've committed. So if you're interested in joining this criminal investigation against these people who are responsible, feel free to find me. I would be happy to help you with getting the appropriate assistance with that. Justice for Lahaina, and shame on all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have, members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Hello, my name is Judy Levy. I'm a 15-year resident of Haiku. I'm so sorry, our mayor just couldn't take any more and left, but I did get to hold the sign up that I made last night that said, Mayor Bisson, I'm so sad that you lied. He spoke with me before the election and promised me that I was looking at the person who cared the most about Maui for all these years. And I don't believe him anymore because he didn't show up appropriately for the fires, and I'm really disappointed in our council. You're giving me a pleasant surprise, so that's a good thing. I don't know how he sleeps at night. I don't know how some of you sleep at night with all of this horror that's been perpetrated. We know it wasn't an accidental fire. And no, we're not going to allow a smart city. And no, we're not going to allow these globalists to just come take our island. I'm so grateful there were several hundred of us here that didn't work today so we could come, like Shelby said, have the illusion of democracy. I don't know if it's working or not. I'm a 76-year-old tutu, and I am fighting for my grandchildren because I want them to live in a free country, to continue to. And I really thought that Maui was going to be a government that listened to our people. I know the truth about that we're not really a state. We're really a corporation. The United States is a corporation. We've been lied to our whole educational time. We really need to wake up. We have in the Constitution, the fourth department of our country is people's grand juries, and that when our elected officials have abused their power or broken their oath to the people, we the people have tools to recall you. And so that's in process. And I'm sorry my mayor isn't here for me to say that directly to his face, but I'm glad I got to show him how disappointed I was after a personal meeting with him, and he made promises that have not been delivered. So let's all keep showing up. We owe it to the kids. This is obviously a ridiculous, follow the money. Who knows who was paid off for this cockamamie scheme? But get it off the island. Do something that would really benefit and take care of this precious island. That's what we're all here to demand. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Any questions for the testifier?
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
I will point out that all of those points have been in opposition to this destruction. I apologize. Actually, I don't apologize because I have feelings and I care about this island and I care about these people. And it's sad that more people the people who are making these decisions aren't showing emotion in this situation where so many people have suffered. I listened to the gentleman with the Army Corps of Engineers and his slides, and he so casually said, if it breaks, we'll just clean it up. Like it's just that simple. We'll just clean it up. And if they've already gone into this plan with this big if it breaks, that's not a solid enough plan for something that holds so many cultural and ecological importance. Like, it's this laissez-faire attitude of we're in charge, we're the people who are comfortable in our little seats making these decisions, ignoring the will of the people who are showing up in numbers over and over and over again, trying to provide a future for our children. And you sit in your comfortable seats making these decisions on everyone else's behalf. When we vote for you, that vote is saying that we trust you. We trust you to stand up there and make decisions that represent us and make decisions that represent the greater good of the people and the world that we live in. We are all a sum of our choices. And every choice that you make, you are a sum of those choices. We're all going to be dead in a few decades, and what's going to be left is the legacy that you leave behind. And your legacy is going to be either the same old stale decisions that are causing the world around us to die, or your legacy could be one of growth and evolution that allows humanity to continue in health and vitality, or to at least try to return to that place, because we've been steering far from it for quite some time now. And I'd just like to invite you to consider that it's the same status quo attitude, it's the same laissez-faire that allowed this tragedy to happen to begin with. And if you don't start doing things differently, the people are, because they've already shown you that we're the ones with the power. We're the ones that step up and make things happen around here. So you sit in your comfortable seats and you see how long it lasts if you don't start representing the people that voted you there. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Whittington. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Ano ai, folks. My name is Haley Kauhani. I'm a lineal descendant of Kame'io Moku from Hawaii Island. We got a lot of history here, some thousands of years or so. Got a few things to say. One, I'm in opposition. Two, I hear the first thing that was opened up with was the egregious affair that happened in 1893. And now all of the experts are people from that error that already happened telling us how we're going to deal with our stuff. That poses questions in my own mind. One, the Army Corps of Engineers, burrito wrap and all this stuff. And so we have the experts. And I know this, I've been in construction for 50 years. And I know that at the top, there's the guy that decides how to do it. And then there's the guy that's in management that is told from the top how to do it. And then that guy tells the guy with the reflective gear on what to do that is a manager, like a foreman. And then that guy tells the guy with the
fluorescent shirt, long sleeve, brought a guy with the hard hat to do it. And that is where the catastrophic failure occurs. Bar none. I've been in litigation for construction companies for 30 years, 35 years, and it's always that guy on the bottom, because he don't care. He gets paid $13 an hour to do the burrito wrap thing, and there's nobody watching him. So that's a concern to me. And if those talking heads that were here earlier can take my concerns and make sure that they don't happen, then I'm good. But until then, I don't think I trust them. Get in.
Thank you, Mr. Kauhani. Members, Mr. Kauhani, it looks like Member Cook has a clarifying question for you.
Thank you, sir. So from your experience working in the field, do you think oversight and supervision can more closely match the desired quality control?
I think it would if it were in place. So what we don't have is that in place right now. So if we're beginning to have it be not in place, what is the likelihood that after the fact it will be in place? Can you answer that for me? Any more questions?
And any more questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Very much appreciate. I'm testifying on behalf of the Sierra Club Maui group. We very much appreciate this Consul Committee taking a hard look at what's going on. We know you folks have very, very difficult decisions to make. We agree completely with those who bring up the idea that we need to pause and consider a unified approach. Yes, there have been meetings, but there is not a unified solution. This is not just ash, it is also part of a memorial to what happened in Lahaina. And although we, of course, don't want to risk things being washed into the ocean from the existing sites, is there a better solution that's right at hand? Several have been suggested. Mr. Hedley's suggestion had some merit. We are very concerned that this temporary site at Olowalu, with no further FEMA funding for any permanent site, will be the permanent site. And it really does present drawbacks. As Mr. Parsons pointed out, this ash still does have toxic substances in it. Maybe not by the definition of EPA, but it has levels of dioxin and other hazardous materials in it that won't just go away. We need to treat it right. And I'll just conclude by saying the Army Corps, they try, they sincerely try, they're just not always right. We had experience with the proposal that the Army Corps put out for 30 years to modify to modify Maalaea Harbor. And in the end, they withdrew their proposal and apologized to the community. They had even the direction of the currents wrong. And yet they spent millions on environmental studies and said they had the best plan. So please look for unity and you look for the best solution. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
So the Queen's Treaty of Truce, signed on January 17, 1893, is not just a Hawaiian law. It is a law of the United States, as Article 6 in our U.S. Constitution states that all treaties made or to be made is supreme law of the land, equal to the U.S. Constitution. So all these acts that are happening, that are U.S. government, state government, county government are pushing forward, they really are acts of hostility, as Monica Pele noticed. And since the law of war has been invoked in 1893 and continues to be invoked today, This is truly a Department of State issue, as it is an international issue between two nation states, and this work must be halted until this enveloping issue is dealt with. So the State Department needs to be U.S. Army, and we as both American citizens as well as descendants of Hawaiian nationals have every right to speak up, because this treaty is in place to halt all hostilities. These are acts of hostility. It is every American's duty, not just Hawaiian. It is not just a Hawaiian law. This treaty is also an American law. And it is every American's responsibility, including the council here on Maui County, to look into this and say, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? We need to have this dealt with before all this other work can happen. And so this work must be halted in order for these issues to be dealt with first. Mahalo.
Thank you, members. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
My name is Tamara Farnsworth. I'm testifying on my own behalf and not as a representative of any organization or my. I did work for the Department of Environmental Management for 10 years, 5 of those as the manager of the Division of Environmental Protection and Sustainability. I'm working with a conservation organization now focused in Olowalu and Ukumehame, Ahupua'a. I'm not a landfill expert, but I did work for years alongside the Solid Waste Division in developing the composting sites within the Central Maui landfill, and I'm quite familiar with landfill engineering. I was also the chair of the county's 2022 and 23 integrated solid waste management plan update, and I received many years of training on disaster debris, even with Mr. Wingate. Management for the county. And so with this experience, I do understand the immense challenges before everyone in this chamber, and that you are all doing your very best to come to the right decisions right now. Ultimately, I'm very concerned about expedient removal of the ash and debris from Lahaina. And I am equally concerned about the disposal and ash of this debris in Oluwalu, of course, because they both pose great risk of harm to the environment and our people. And there are many items I have mana'o on, but today I'm going to share 2 proposals that I don't believe have been brought up today. These are about an alternative site near the Central Maui landfill. Central Maui landfill for final disposition and bioremediation to mitigate toxicity of Lahaina's ash and soils. I am, and DEM is aware of a parcel that was previously permitted to be landfill, meaning it has already gone through an EA or an EIS process. It is not currently owned by the county, and it is adjacent to the current landfill at Central Maui. This parcel is currently owned by a private entity, and I would like to request that the county explore taking possession of this parcel as a final disposition site for Lahaina's ash and debris instead of the final disposition site in Oluwalu. I would implore the landowner and partners to consider selling this land at market value or an amount acceptable to all parties. And I'm asking this landowner and their partners to do this as a gift and as their kuleana to the Maui Lahaina community. Please sell that land to the county right away. And if this is not possible or feasible, I would ask that the Department of Environmental Management, the mayor, and the county council move towards eminent domain of this parcel. I view this as imperative.
Thank you for your testimony, members. Are there any questions for the testifier? Chair Lee has a question for you.
Hi, Ms. Farnsworth. I didn't realize that you left the county. But anyway, the parcel you referred to that's next to the current landfill, who owns that property?
I would ask environmental management, but somebody named Costi, who is they're part of a waste organization. And I believe that there are also partners now working with them, with the Gomes, Tony Gomes.
Okay, so
guys.
you, this person owns, how big of a, property? How many acres?
Perhaps environmental management could help with that answer. I don't know the acreage.
Okay, but you did mention that this property was already, approvals were made by, I guess, the state and the federal government?
My understanding is that, apologies.
Okay.
Go ahead, you may answer.
My understanding is that it was previously permitted had a solid waste management permit from the Department of Health for a couple, at least 2 years, I believe, until it expired because the county did not own the land.
Oh, we had permits that expired. Is that what you said?
Yes, and environmental management could help with details and the most accurate information on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members, any further clarifying questions for Ms. Farnsworth? Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Ms. Farnsworth. Mahalo for your testimony. The parcel that you're referring to, is that one of the parcels that was in the presentation from Director Aragawa?
I do not know the answer.
Okay, I'll find out from DM when we get to deliberations. Mahalo.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
Aloha, my name is Melissa Parent. I'm here standing in opposition of dumping toxic waste at Olowalu. An environmental scientist was kind enough to break down the suggested disposal. How that is supposed to be built out for toxic waste does not match any of the information that is being released by the county to the people. That alone is a red flag. Second, the county keeps giving the public conflicting information. They can't tell us what is temporary. Great, you're going to put all of this at a site temporarily. But to quote county officials, temporary can be anywhere from 6 years, 3 years, maybe a few months. We don't know. How are we supposed to support something without any sort of timeline, without any sort of transparency? Finally, there's too many questions without answers. We keep coming like, hey, we do want to support you. We do want to move on with our lives. We do want to rebuild. But if you can't give us clear, concise answers, if you can't give us transparency, how are we supposed to trust you? We can't. And so you are going to reach more and more opposition along the way. Staging. We talk about disposal out at Lahaina. I'm a combat vet, 15 years of service, plenty of deployments. Before we move, we stage all of our gear. So as we start cleaning Lahaina, why don't we start staging the debris? You go through the zones. You wrap your things in your ineffective plastic tarps, in your burritos. At least put them on asphalt so it's not seeping into the ground, into our water table. It's an option. You keep asking for options. Why don't we start staging while we start looking for better solutions versus letting it sit there indefinitely and arguing? Finally, there's the good concept of measure twice, cut once. Here you are pushing towards a temporary solution that we do not know what the long-term effects are. We can only speculate. We can do all the tests in the world, and we can test repeatedly. And they may or may not be okay. But the problem is, as soon as those tests come back bad, contaminated, it is too late. You're reactionary, not proactive. Doing what is right is not always the fastest solution. Doing what is right is not always the popular answer. Doing what is right is not always the easiest solution. And council member who asked, where are the rest of the Lahaina residents and those impacted? We are here. Hundreds of us were here today. Just because one face, one puppet, one mouthpiece is
Thank
speaking.
you for your testimony.
does not
Is
mean it
there
represents the
any
rest of the Lahaina population or the rest of the Maui
for the
responses.
testifier?
We are disappointed with our council, with our elected officials, with our governing bodies. We are ashamed and we are heartbroken that we have to fight this hard to do the right thing. And you are
Thank you for your
bullies.
testimony.
Mr. Bisson is a bully that has lied and disappointed all of us.
As such, it is my intention to move forward that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.
All right, I'm just against this dumping at Olowalu. It doesn't make any sense to move hazardous material that you cannot 100% contain, dump it at Olowalu when it's already in Lahaina. We're already screwed. It's our trash now. We got to take care of it. Keep it there. Keep it contained. The cost alone of just moving it should be enough to stop this. But at this point, nobody wants to talk about that. And you know what? You guys want us to trust you with moving hazardous material? How about you get P.O. boxes for everybody waiting for hours for their mail? How about that? Just those simple things. You guys can't even do that. So there, I'm done. Don't dump it at Olowalu. It doesn't belong there.
Thank you for your testimony.
Aloha, everyone, and thank you for. I want to say I'm listening to the testimony today. I want to say how impressed I am by the Maui community, by the local community, by the Hawaiian community, at the knowledge that is coming forward as possibilities for, but particularly remediation, which I think should be our top priority. I hope that you are really listening to them. And I'm just curious that in your months of research that you haven't explored or come across remediation through the questions that I'm hearing. I would be surprised, and that is not your top priority. I think it is for the people of Maui. My name is Jody Mountain, and I am a Lomi Lomi teacher and practitioner. My teacher is Kahu Abraham Kawai Awa Ia Makai Ole Uliama, and the pathway that I study is Keala Hoku, the pathway to the stars. And one of the primary principles of that pathway is that everything is alive. All the cells of your body are alive and they have consciousness. The land of Maui is alive as a being. The ash in Lahaina is alive and potentially alive with the iwi of the people who died there. And so all of this, I think, for me, the priority is life. The priority is life on this island, life in the bones, life in the ash, and how do we protect the rest of the life that is here for our children and grandchildren. I am against dumping the toxic ash in Olowalu, and I support the idea that I heard today of shipping containers, and even though this might be, whether it's 12,000 or 100,000 shipping containers, I think that it's worth it versus the implications of such a huge kind of apocalyptic result of having this toxic ash washed into the ocean. I want to say that whether it's 12,000 containers or 100,000 containers, that they will be one by one slowly being removed, because I would assume that the goal is to contain them and then to remediate one by one, little by little, that eventually, maybe it's 5 years, maybe it's 10 years, they won't be there anymore. So, yeah, I really hope that you guys are taking life to heart.
Thank you for your testimony, members. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, Panamu, are you on the call?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here down at Esterns at our hub down here. You know, I frequent the Olowalu dump pretty much every other day to take our rubbish and our cardboard over here. And to me, it seems like you guys already made a decision on what's going to be done because of the construction and the rate of construction that's going on. And I don't think that the county, whoever's building it, is going to stop building it no matter what goes on. I can tell where this is going. People don't want to do it. Everybody's dealt a different hand. my main focus is that when it does go up there, because really there isn't really any discussion that we use the technology that is offered by Ms. Brittany Zimmerman. I was fortunate enough to speak with her, and what their process is seems like the safest way to turn it back to organic material. So, the main thing is when you guys do this project, keep. I don't know how you guys can keep it best as to not, because I'm hearing that there's no way that you can keep it contained 100% or however, but just be really diligent in the protecting of the reefs as best as can, and use the technology that's out there. Please come to that meeting on January 10th. That's all I really got to say. Thank you guys. Lahaina, we get some good news. We're getting funding for build 3,000 houses over here. I'll put it on Lahaina Strong. Let you guys know more about it. Thank you. Aloha.
So my name is Mike Ewall. I'm the founder of Energy Justice Network and an advisor to Kakua Na'aina. And I wanted to start by pointing out the difference between toxic and hazardous. The word toxic does not have a legal meaning like the word hazardous does. And so a lot of times if there's a test done to see if it qualifies as hazardous under EPA's legal definition, it's possible that something like the ash could fall short, especially because some of the tests they're using, I saw test results for some of the ash showing that they're using a leaching process, which doesn't test what's actually in the ash, but what leaches out under certain conditions in the lab, which does not really pick up everything, especially if people might inhale or ingest some of that ash instead of waiting for rainwater to leach it into the groundwater. So if it doesn't test hazardous, that does not mean it's non-toxic, and it doesn't mean it's not hazardous in the normal sense of the use of the word. It just means that EPA's definition is not being met. So I hope that helps with that understanding. I would also point out that bioremediation does not fundamentally help with toxic metals. It can help with petroleum hydrocarbons very well, with some other chemicals, but metals are elements that cannot be broken down. Maybe they can be made into a form that doesn't leach as readily, but largely that's not a solution that's going to help us with toxic metals. But the main thing that I'm concerned about, I'm hearing a lot of promotion, including the last speaker, about pyrolysis, biochar, gasification, these related technologies that EPA decided just in the past year they will still consider and define and regulate as being incinerators. And I know they don't like that word because they argue to death that they're different from incinerators, but they're still defined and regulated that way and are similar enough that they have a lot of the same problems, except the fact that they're more expensive and tend not to work. A lot of companies, including a lot of the ones that are pouncing on you right now, and some from like Brittany Zimmerman that's presenting next week, that are running around the country trying to get their little biochar or pyrolysis plants set up, and yet most of the time they make these outrageous claims that cannot be met. They end up sucking up some tax money in consulting fees or something, or subsidies, and then end up not building anything, or fail for technical or financial reasons, or both. That's the history of this industry. Communities compete to keep this technology out, not to get it. And so I would encourage you, especially since you're inviting someone as controversial as Brittany Zimmerman on your meeting next week, to create equal time for some of us who can present the other side of the issue so you don't waste time that you really can't afford to waste on pursuing biochar, pyrolysis, and gasification type of false solutions which only increase the toxicity and spread things around more. They don't contain it and isolate it, which is the proper way to manage toxic materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ewall. If you're still available, there is a question for you from Council Chair Lee.
Yes, I am still here.
And we'd also love it if you would disclose if you are a lobbyist or not.
Oh, am I a lobbyist? Generally, no. I'm a nonprofit leader. I've been working for over 30 years with grassroots community groups to help them beat back false solutions like trash incineration, waste to energy, as they like to call it, and other toxic industries, including landfills. So I have a lot of expertise in the area, but I am not a paid lobbyist. I'm not working for any for-profit entity, period.
Thank you. Go ahead, Charlie, with your question.
You will, I just wanted to check if you submitted your testimony in writing.
No, I was just invited the past few hours to actually testify. I was not expecting to, but that's something that I can work on getting you more information if you like.
Well, we would appreciate it.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Mr. Ewell. Mahalo for your testimony. Are you comfortable sharing what organization you're with?
Oh, yes, I did in my intro, but it was very quick. So I'm the founder of Energy Justice Network. We're a national organization. Been working also as an advisor to Kukua Na'aina, and there's also a group called Hawaii's Clean Power Task Force that's also about a year and a half old, and I've been advising work.
Mahalo. I remember you saying that in the beginning. Sorry about that. Mahalo for repeating it. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Oh, sorry, I missed. Member Cook has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. My clarifying question, could you share with the committee some of the past processes that you quoted ones who were advocating different technologies and it didn't work, or there was challenges with it? Could you forward some of those for review for our committee, informational?
Oh, absolutely. There's a long list. It's almost every time a company proposes this, it either never gets built or fails one way or another. So it's quite plenty of experience and history there to share with you.
So a further clarifying question, have there been, is this technology used to your knowledge successfully places?
It depends on what you mean by successfully. So if successful is only defined by it didn't fail technically and financially, then there might be some that have limped along and made it. They're usually small pilot scale projects that don't get very, they can't scale up. The industry knows this. That's one of the problems, is that they can't do anything at a really commercial scale successfully. But if your measure of success is one that involves not increasing toxicity or spreading toxicity around, then it's impossible for this technology to be successful, because it's fundamentally an incinerator-like technology, which takes materials and makes them more available to the biosystem, and that's not the objective of trying to contain hazardous materials.
Thank you. I look forward to looking at some of the reports to compare. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any further questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Oh,
testimony that guy's good.
Member Sugimura has a question for you, and if everyone else can mute besides Member Sugimura and Mr. Ewell, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ewell. So have you worked with federal government on your project?
I'm not sure what you mean by my project.
A federal contract with them? Do you have a federal
No,
contract, or
never
have
had
successes
any federal-
with federal or state, or have done
Never.
work here on Maui County?
I'm not a technology provider. I'm not for profit. I'm in the nonprofit sector. So while I've worked in an advocacy role and an advisory role, sort of with EPA, working to get.
So you've worked with EPA. We can let EPA. We can ask EPA about your successes. I'm just trying to get some credibility.
Right. So that would just not be the right direction to go, because it's not something that's success measurable at EPA. We've been advocating for them to change some of their waste policies, but it's not like there's been a contract or anything like that. I'm not that kind of, I'm not in the for-profit sector. So working on making change in communities, helping pass policies. I've gotten state and local laws passed.
I get it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the members for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we got, let's see, Jen Audrey. Is Jen Audrey on the line? AWDRY. Followed by Erin Gualco, then Tiff, then
Hi,
Bruce.
I'm here.
Is this Jen Audrey?
Yes, hello, thank you.
Okay, go ahead. 2 minutes with a minute to conclude. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if my video is working. Can you see me or you can hear me? Yes.
We can hear you. Your video is not working, but that's okay. You can
go ahead.
proceed with just the audio if you like. If the audio comes broken up, we might ask you to turn off the video so that we can hear the audio, but at this time we can hear you really good.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Jen. I'm from Portland, Oregon. My testimony is I've really enjoyed this meeting today, and I'm so glad I was here for it. My heart goes out to the people of Lahaina and Maui. We love you and we stand with you. To the council, the probable plant that you obviously placed to testify right after you spontaneously took a pause for the cause for 5 minutes is the only person I've heard speak in favor of the project who is not already on the council and who coincidentally is affiliated with the Army Corps of Engineers. They were the least interesting person to listen to today. No offense to them if they are a real person operating under their own free will, not a programmed machine or paid to speak. Surprisingly, the response from your council members to that rambling was the most engaged they've been throughout this meeting. Your council members acted surprised that they claimed to have dealt with a similar situation before. I'm not sure that anyone has dealt with a situation like this before, besides perhaps the people in Paradise, California, and other similarly affected areas, along with all the minions from the military-industrial complex, which you appear to be a part of. You are in over your heads. Your controllers are overconfident. I'm sure you're paid, threatened, coerced. Maybe you feel helpless and like you have to do what you are doing. But you have a choice. You can make the right decision to reject this project, or you can choose to continue down the path you're already trying to go. But if you choose the latter, there will be judgment upon you. Better to be held accountable only for the disasters you've already made than to add more consequence to the mix. Regarding the proposed project to deposit ash and debris from Lahaina to Olowalu, we do not consent. I'm not asking you, I'm reminding you, you do not have permission from the people. It's great that you've explained you tried to think of a way to do it strategically, but it has failed even before finishing, as it has already started very hastily. The location you've selected contradicts all the reasoning you provided to engage in the project in the first place. You cannot pay for the project with taxpayer money. You cannot use the land for your purpose. We do not consent. We do not consent. The citizens of America, the people of Maui, do not consent. Stop the project. Stop the runaround around the project. Listen to the people. They've offered smarter and better solutions than what you've come up with. The world is watching you, and you will be held accountable. Also, treat the people with respect. Your job is to serve and protect the people, period. Stop distressing them. Stop making them fight. You've proven you cannot fulfill the responsibilities of your job, so you should not be allowed the opportunity to have it. Please resign. Thank you. Aloha.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Multi-generational family. I come from a family of Lahaina. Olowalu specifically. So in Olowalu Village Road, my son's great-grandparents' house is right in the back of the store. So I never actually heard their name come up. The Ka'ahuis, they are from Olowalu too. I did see your guys' testimony. Mahalo for that. The Naho'ikaika Ohana is who I'm referring to. And if you are from Olowalu, then you know exactly who they are. Now, with us, me growing up specifically, for me, my siblings, all my cousins, we all grew up out there too. We all learned how to swim at this beach. And what was funny is that, which, people call it the landing, but nobody really knew about that beach when even I was growing up. And I'm talking about residences of Maui, like on the other side. Not that much people did know. And it was nice to grow up there because all the time when we would go down there, which was quite often, it was just our family mostly and then people that we knew. Other than that, it's really sad to see how overrun it become. But, it's such a beautiful place to be able to say that we grew up there. And so the love that I have for this area in specific, this place, is like another home to like everybody in my family. So we can't, I am 100% opposed to any kind of toxic dump in that area or in Lahaina. I understand that there is no easy solution right now, but I am asking that you guys take your time, add a little bit more time into finding one, because this is all rush. Everything is rush. Like Uncle Junior said, opening the West Maui was rush. I mean, it is. It is. I live here. I'm still under the Red Cross. We have to, wait every 30 days to see if we're getting extended again, over and over and over again. And I can just speak for one of hundreds of us at this point. It's not okay. But also, I understand the other part of the community that, some of them I know, that want it to just be over with so they can go home. I get that too. But you know what? A lot of people are not understanding that. I'm not going to just talk about today, and I'm not going to talk about tomorrow. I'm going to talk about my son's family and their families and their families. Like I said, this family in Oluwalu has been there forever. And so I want it to be where they can go and be there forever too, way past us, And Mayor Bisson, I think he left already. That family is his family. He knows that. So I would like to, just make that a statement that even the thought of desecrating that part of Maui or any part of us is just, it's wrong. And like Uncle Kanamo said, he thinks that it's already being happening. I pass that place all the time. And I know what he's saying. So I just ask that you guys, really put into consideration of all these other things. Mahalo.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Douglas.
Oh, my name is Bruce Douglas, and yes, I'm the person who put the tents and sound system and TV outside so everyone could watch. So I do not support putting a dump on top of porous cinder cone. However, if that's what's absolutely going to happen, my compromise would be, number one, that the ash be separated from the soil. Put the ash in a concrete bunker someplace, because that's a minimal amount. 6 inches of soil is a lot of soil, but the ash is not that much. Separate that, put that someplace special, not in Uluwatu, and just put the soil in the ground there for our temporary storage thing. The other part is, like any real dump, just like out in Central Maui landfill, there's always a double layer. You have a bottom layer with the perf pipes and stuff in it, and a sand layer to get the leachate out. Then you put a buffer layer in between. You put a second one with perf pipes and leachate. The man from the Army Corps of Engineers says, well, that would make it look like a permanent site. Well, it might become a permanent site. Who knows how long it is, but a double layer of leachate would solve a lot of issues, because cinder cone we know is highly porous, and all things eventually leak guaranteed. That's why you plan for it to leak, just like you have a drain pipe and a French drain on the bottom of a concrete wall. You put the sand there, you plan for it to leak, you grab the leachate, and then you deal with the leachate that comes out. So if we did a second layer on the top, that would give us a much higher probability of catching everything that would come through, and not put the toxic ash part, put that separately until we figure out how to deal with it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there Neville Hyman? Oh, I see Neville. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here.
2 minutes with 1 minute to conclude. Go ahead.
Sure. My name's Nev Hyman. I'm calling in from Australia. I've been a surfer all my life. I love Maui. I'm heartbroken about what's happened. I have good friends with Eddie Garcia and others, a lot of professional surfers and things like that. I've spent the last 10 years developing technologies and also design around affordable housing, which is another story, another discussion that I am having with key people in Lahaina and Maui and in the US at the moment. My main interest in this is the group of companies that I have under my company called No More, Nomor. do have solutions in relation to toxic waste disposal. The two main solutions, one is called SCRT. It's called a secondary combustion reactor technology, which is basically a system that does what the other technologies don't do. When I'm talking about incineration, which, as the gentleman before said, is a dirty word, it does take in the second combustion, it takes the burn rate up to 2,800 degrees Celsius. The elements remaining are minuscule. I am no expert in the field, but I have a lot of experts around me. And this particular technology fits in a 20 to 40 foot container, generates 1.5 megawatts of power locally. It's been operating here in Australia, in Brisbane, under strict control, and is, forgive me for saying this, just about to be commercialised. It has met all of the European emission standards. It's also met many of the test standards here in Australia to generate a result that is, I almost don't want you to say, quote me on this, but up to 98% of emissions that cause issues to our environment. The second part of the solution is an answer to fly ash, working closely with experts in toxic waste disposal out of Europe, who have a solution that turns fly ash, into an inert or safe, shouldn't use the word inert, but a very safe material that then is mixed with a polymer, becomes a additive which can be used in building construction materials. I also have a solution in relation to MSW waste, 100% diversion of MSW from your landfill. That may not have the solution required for the toxic waste disposal, but in relation to long-term solutions, this is the perfect solution. In relation to the offtake of these solutions is 33% of concrete in concrete blocks are removed, embodying carbon within that product. Key point is the SCRT technology, and I'm more than happy to share that information with you from a scientific point of view, not me.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Oh, Member Cook has a question.
Chair, if we could ask the testifier to forward information to the committee so we would be more familiar with it. Thank you.
Mr. Hyman,
Absolutely.
can you send your information to the committee? It's drip.committee@mauicounty.us.
I would love to. Thank you very much.
Hey, my name is Kenny Ravy. I lost my house in the Lahaina fire. Currently, I'm staying in Olowalu. The Thai community, we got a group text and we were invited to the meeting back in, I think, October, November, that plantation house. I was expecting we were going to talk about the possibility of putting the dump there. And it seemed more like you were telling us that you were going to put the dump there. And, you were telling us you were going to put the dump there. And I got a feeling that you didn't really care about what our opinions were on the matter. And you got families that have lived there for hundreds of years, and I would figure you would hear them out if anybody, because they know the land. They know the land like the back of their hand. So I think that's sad. The other thing is, leaving that meeting, I kind of felt in my gut that this was not going to be good in the long run. Like it's going to eventually contaminate the groundwater. That's how I feel. And then I was past some literature that kind of confirms that. So these are legitimate concerns. It's a shame that it's being rushed and it's already being built. As we're trying to figure out a better way to do it. If you ask me, I think the debris, it should not be on island at all. If there's any option to take it off island, we have to drop everything and do that. Because there's nowhere you can put it that is not going to be environmentally, it's not going to affect the people environmentally or culturally. There's nowhere you can put it. It's too small. This is unlike anything in history. So we gotta act accordingly. You know, we gotta come up with better solutions, things that we might we might not have otherwise done. Okay, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
I'll use Joel Aloha, because my first name is Joel. I'm calling from the Big Island. I'm a kupuna. And all my attention, day and night, even when I'm sleeping, is all about our neighbor island, Lahaina. Uamao ke ia o ka... Oh, I can't even say it. I get so emotional. Uamao ke ia o ka aina I ka pono. To be forever free in the land of righteousness. Time goes by quick, so I'm going to get to my major point. Each and every political official that we have voted on, trusting that they were pono, every one of them have taken an oath and have a bond. I'm just learning about this. I'm a kupuna. But for all of you intelligent younger generation who are more qualified and more educated, please look into the oaths and the bonds that they have. Because our officials who are holding political office have a bond, which is like an insurance policy. And when they misbehave, when they're pilau, when they're doing things that are contrary to pono, they can financially be held accountable. And that's a tool.
That's really funny.
Benefit that we have as a people that we need to be educated on. Okay, that's a tool. And I would like to say that all of you intelligent people here that have remarkable expertise and science back, we need to listen to them, because the young woman from NASA who had that highly developed technological skill of converting the toxicity, the ash, into a pohaku, a rock that can be used for building. That is phenomenal. We cannot use our outdated old information as we look for solutions to this disaster, this massacre that came from a highly technological device because it melted metal and glass. That's way beyond the temperature of a regular forest fire. So let's be open and know that the decision makers will be held accountable, because the people of Hawaii and the world, the light has been burning in their belly. And we are coming together to rise up our voices. I don't think that whoever's behind all of you, follow the money, can win this battle here. I think this one here is going to be a loss, and the people must win for our future generations, for my mo'opuna, and for the lani, the aina, and the vai, the law of the universe.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, any questions for the
and you will be held
testifier?
accountable.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Aloha. Thank you for allowing all of us to speak today. I know it's been a very difficult few months for everyone on island and everyone who's working to find a solution to this unprecedented trauma. Personally, I would like to say that I am against putting the debris into Olowalu. I do believe the site has been improperly prepared from what I have seen of what the materials are rated for, and that the winds I've experienced out there, if the materials to be placed there or anywhere else on island, it does need to be completely sealed. We have some of the most delicate and varied ecosystems on the planet, and there is really nowhere here that is isolated enough that we can leave unsealed materials out. With that being said, I did want to take a moment to mention the trauma everyone on this island has been through, and I believe not enough of that has been expressed in how we're moving forward with addressing the community and the council. many community members, especially those most affected, are currently homeless or nearly homeless, having to check in every, few days or a month to see if they are going to be homeless. They have lost their jobs. Many have had to move off island. They have lost their family members, and they are not in the position to be the ones reaching out, to be the ones keeping track of when meetings are happening and what's being discussed. There needs to be some effort that if we want them in this discussion, we have to reach out to them, because they are in the worst experience of many of their lives, and to expect them to be the ones to stand up and put together their thoughts and come forward is not only unrealistic, it's honestly quite disrespectful to what everyone has gone through. There is a natural reaction to this kind of experience to want to rush forward and to, as quickly as possible, reinstate a sense of normalcy and reestablish what once was. Unfortunately, that is not the reality in a devastating incident such as this. We cannot recreate Lahaina as it was. But I implore you all to take this opportunity to build something new, to take the best of the ancient sustainable methods of Hawaii and the amazing new sciences and modern technology, and move forward with a city that is not only representative of the past, but is prepared for the future. This can be done right. It can be done cheap, or it can be done fast, but it cannot be done all. At most, we can hope for two. So please do it right and make the necessary precautions to either spend the money or take the time and make sure that this is done not only in repair, but to heal the land and the people.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up.
I'm a little nervous. Aloha, Cancel people, and everyone else. I think the first time I met you guys was about 3-4 years ago when you guys got handed our election well mess. And I kind of want you guys to reflect back on that. That was a huge problem that was passed on to you, and it's still going on a bit. And this is going to be the next new version of that, right? And the injection wells, they thought they were doing things right, and then they weren't following through with the right permits. I just want you guys to kind of reflect on that. And also think about who's going to inherit this problem from you next, because this is probably going to be going on. I have a few questions. Mostly I'm curious about, is this soil toxic or not? Like everyone keeps saying it is, but then it only seems to be if it is in Lahaina, it's toxic, but once it goes to Olowalu, it's not. So I'd just like to know about that, and also a little more transparency on the 400,000 to 300,000 cubic yards of stuff. How much of that is the stuff we have to take care of versus recycling? I work in the Olowalu Valley, and I am representing myself, not where I work, but I know firsthand, I'm just on the other side of that ridge line as you guys, and we have thousands of archaeological sites on our property, and we have about 47 or 74 acres too, so it's about same plot size, same area, just on the opposite side of that ridge line. So I don't know if you guys did a survey for archaeological sites, or even, I know HDOT, they're planning on putting that new highway in there. They've done a lot of archaeological sites. Maybe you can work with them to see what you're working with, just to be kind of sensitive on that subject. Because it's important, and I know there's no fire like what happened here. Our area is super sensitive and different, but I really urge the people who don't live here to kind of work with us on that and being sensitive. Ooh, this is so fast. I also know I've gone down to the aquifer. It's literally only 1,700, very tiny steps down from the soil into the aquifer. So I don't know if you guys have gone to that site, but you're going to be building on top of that. And so if anything leaks, it's a real fast transport to that water. And I live up Kula, where a lot of water areas got poisoned by plantations. And if the west side aquifer gets poisoned, you're really screwing everyone over. Just putting that out there. Water's super sacred out here, and if it gets poisoned, we're going to have to do stuff like Thailand did and have to either desalinize water or ship it in from somewhere else. And that's just shouldn't be an option out here. And I just want to kind of ask Oscar, what are you going to do when you take off those 6 inches of soil? Are you going to replace it with other soil? Because I know we just got compost from Oahu, And now we have an invasive species problem that we did not have before. So if you're bringing in soil from somewhere else, you need to double check it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? We have a question for you from Councilmember Uuhajins.
Thank you. Sorry to make you come back. Can you clarify? I don't know if I heard you right. Did you say 1,700 steps to the aquifer?
700. Sorry,
700. Okay.
Less than 2,000. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
700. Thank you, Chair.
Anything else?
Thank you. Any further questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
I feel like those syndicated movies you watch at 2:30 in the morning. Anyway, Ohinana Rodriguez ko inoa, no oloalo maiau, no oloalo mai ko mau kupuna. I'm Hinana Rodriguez. I'm from Olowalu. I live in Olowalu. My ancestors are from Olowalu, and I'm still there. When we were in 9th grade, they taught us that we have a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We're also taught that there are three forms of a democratic government: the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch. We're also taught to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I just want to say thank you to all of you because it is you, the legislative branch, that has given us the opportunity to show up today. I like the way your votes went back in December, because I knew exactly what was being done. You're trying to find a way to provide for the people to speak, the people to petition the government, the people to peaceably assemble. That's exactly what you did. I'm going to end what I have to say on a more personal note. My dad was born in Lahaina. My dad lived right next to that school, the private school they burned to the ground. And I remember that very well because my dad said that when lunchtime at the school, they would walk through a gate and they would be right in their yard, just walking to the gate. And he would say that they didn't have food to eat for lunch. So after lunch, when all the kids came back to school, my dad and his siblings would believe they had eaten lunch, but they didn't have lunch. Now, my dad was born in 1928. He died in 2014. He died in Olowalu. Why did he die in Olowalu? Because my mom is from Olowalu. My mom was born in 1929 and died in 2022. Before my mom passed away, she asked to see all her children. And she told us this 7 days before she died. She said, "This land is never to be sold. The ocean is going to claim my land, but this land is never to be sold." I dread the day that I'm going to have to go. They're buried at the Olowalu Church. I live at the Olowalu Church. Their grave is within 50 feet of my back door. I dread the day will come when I will go to their grave and say, the ocean didn't claim your land. The toxic material did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Members, any questions for the testifier? We have a question from Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Sorry, I guess this is not super clarifying. Aloha, Mr. Rodriguez. Mahalo for your testimony. We heard some testimony about the heiau at Avalua.
You want me to testify on that?
I don't know if we'd be able to
Yes.
ask if Mr. Rodriguez could be a resource for the committee. If
Any
you have
objection for Mr. Rodriguez being a resource for the committee? Mr. Rodriguez, are you available to stay while we have the deliberations?
Sure.
Okay, we'll take that up first in the deliberations so that hopefully we complete that by today and we don't have to take up more of your time.
Sure.
Okay.
Mahalo.
No objections, right? Okay. Thank you.
Halton, council members, Mark Dukos, resident of West Maui.
I agree that if you testify, providing a solution is critical, but unfortunately, although a staunch protector of Olowalu, I don't have an alternative solution that will be agreeable to everyone. Not contaminating another moku with the line of toxins is hard to argue against. And I certainly don't envy the position that you guys are in, the decision you have to make. That being said, I have 3 items to discuss. One, I'm not a bioremediation expert and look forward to hearing from the subject matter experts. I do know that nature does an amazing amount of work for free on some of our worst pollutants. So if inoculating the waste with naturally occurring bacteria before it's wrapped seems like worthy of discussion. Number 2, I'm glad the testifier, much more knowledgeable than I on this topic, expressed caution with waste to energy and pyrolysis solutions. Waste to energy has long been trying to get a foothold here on Maui, and maybe some see this as an in. I don't know. I'd be cautious. Overall, it's a poor way to make energy. Waste to energy itself produces a toxic ash, bottom ash, and fly ash that gets treated and disposed of as hazardous material in a secure landfill site. Pyrolysis also produces a toxic ash that gets treated and disposed of as hazardous material into a landfill and can't be used as aggregate in concrete because it could leach toxins. So I'm a little confused how all this Lahaina toxic ash is to be converted to energy, but I'm not an expert. Hopefully your experts can clarify how that works. And lastly, third, deals with the rebuild. The existing toxins that we see in Lahaina come from materials we use to build our homes and our businesses. Many are building homes now with non-red list materials. These are materials not harmful to people or planet. But when we rush to rebuild, builders should be willing to provide their materials list so it can be vetted. We don't want to put people back into toxic homes and have another toxic Lahaina. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Dicos. Just one clarifying question from me. You're not a lobbyist, paid lobbyist?
Not a lobbyist, no.
Thank you. Any further questions for the testifier from anyone else, council members? None. Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Rita Ryan, to be followed by Robin Knox, to be followed by the last 4 digits, 7791. Go ahead, Miss Ryan. You have 2 minutes with a minute to conclude.
Aloha, Council, and Happy New Year. I don't envy the work that you have to do in the new year, but I think there are many solutions to this problem that we're not looking at. So, I think what we did is we tried to find a very easy solution to a complex problem by just dumping it at Olowalu, and that doesn't work. Like I said to the EPA man, and when I said, why Olowalu? And he said, well, it's already contaminated. And I said, well, then why don't you just dump it at, Kanapali Golf Course or Wailea Golf Course, So there's a little bit of a social injustice here, putting it in Olowalu as opposed to the middle of Wailea or Kanapali, right? And from this is not anything that new. There's been Superfund sites that have been cleaned up, right? There have been, there's precedent. We saw what happened with 9/11. They dumped it all out on Staten Island. It's literally called the Fresh Kills landfill, right? And the people there now complaining that they're all getting sick. So we know, we've got precedent. We know what's going to happen. The power poles that were treated with the contaminant, the pesticides, when those pesticides burn, they turn into penta. It's a longer name, but that's going to go right into the coral reef, and it's going to kill the zooxanthellae in the coral, and you're going to lose your reef. Okay, so we know what's going to happen. We've seen precedent. We've seen this happen before, over and over again. So I think that instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, right, let's look at what has been done to clean up toxic waste, toxic spills in other places that have been done successfully, right? We're going to keep the Lahaina remains here on Maui because throwing it somewhere else is irresponsible, right? It's a not in my backyard, so we don't want to consider. Thank you. I got another minute. I disagree with Mark Dicos, although I highly respect him on the pyrolysis, but we could discuss that later. There are many solutions to decontaminate and reduce the mass of the Lahaina remains that are in Olowalu that will make everybody happy. We will not contaminate our environment. But it's not an easy solution, right? So we have to put our heads around it and say, well, we need some experts in on this, experts in the environment, experts in thermoreaction and chemistry, who know how to remediate contaminants and get rid of as many contaminants as possible. I mean, the sunshine alone will do some of it, as Mark Dicos mentioned. You know, nature has a way of doing it, but let's not pollute our environment. The simple solution is that we need expert recommendations here. If it's an affordability thing, let's say it's an affordability. It's a budget issue. Yeah. But there's no simple solution to this complex problem. So dumping in Olowalu is a simple solution. It does not work.
Members, any clarifying question for the testifier? I did have one. I thought I did hear you say that there's a solution that would make everybody happy. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I don't think it's a simple solution, though. What it is to decontaminate the contaminants, and there's many, and different contaminants need different processes depending on if it's heavy metals or if it's concrete or if it's soil or if it's those power poles, you know, those old power poles. They need different solutions. So we got to separate it and deal with them separately and decontaminate. Once it's decontaminated, it doesn't matter where we dump it. We can dump it in a landfill. We can reduce the mass through pyrolysis, certainly. And so we have to look at all the different little pieces. I've been researching this ever since August, quite thoroughly. And I am no bioremediation expert either. I'm an environmentalist. And
so to clarify, the solution that would make everyone happy is to decontaminate this contaminant separate.
Absolutely. Decontaminate the contaminants.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Any further questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Robin Knox, to be followed by the last four digits 7791, to be followed by the last four digits 5858, and then 6732. Go ahead, Ms. Knox. We got 2 minutes with a minute to conclude.
Aloha. Thank you. I think this has been a productive meeting, and a solution has started to gel in my mind that I want to share with you. The primary reason I've heard two reasons for going to Olowalu, but the primary one that was hard to get around was not wanting to take the remains off of West Maui. So here's my proposal. Presumably we know where all the deceased were found. Go there, get the footprint of a grave, 6 by 3 by 3 or whatever. Pick up that ash, completely contain that ash, entomb it in a memorial. It's like 5,400 cubic feet. It's a very small amount of ash. Then everything else could be taken to the Central Maui landfill, and as some have suggested, be parsed out into different, different types of contaminants being handled differently. Also, that would be the ideal place to try some of these technologies, like the bioremediation, which would be appropriate for some waste, but not for others, the pyrolysis, and all of that. It's an existing landfill. It has permits. It has leachate systems. No one lives right by it. There's just a multitude of good reasons to do that. And the fact that there's potentially additional landfill space next door is even more intriguing, and I think we need to know more about that. In general, as an environmental scientist, I have not gotten enough information to really make any recommendations other than what I just said, because I don't think you're getting the information you need, and I do hope there is more information, but the public information put out by the agencies, what I've seen presented to the council, it's just not technical enough and really doesn't allow me to make an informed recommendation. Nothing goes away. It's either stored, transformed, or transported. So keep asking, where does it go? Where does it go? And I will tell you that technologies like gasification and pyrolysis, those technologies are the very reason that we have hazardous waste incineration laws. I was around when marine shell processors first came out with this type of technology. It's not incineration, they said. It's an inert substance. You can use it in roads. Well, it killed wetlands, is what it did. It killed swamps and wetlands because of the leachates from it. So if you want to experiment with those kind of technologies, let's do it in a safe way, in a safe place. We can solve the problem of speed, respect, and environmental health and safety by doing as I propose and separating out the EV, taking all the waste to the Central Maui landfill. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any clarifying questions? I see one from Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Ms. Knox. Mahalo for your testimony.
Hello.
Just to clarify, you said marine shell processors. What is that?
Marine Shell Processors was a company that had a waste to energy to beneficial product technology. And at the time, it was legal for them to burn basically hazardous waste in a cement kiln. And they created an aggregate that was then used in road beds. And what was found is that that aggregate leached an acid that had metals in it, and it caused a lot of negative impacts to the aquatic environment. So I am very skeptical of those types of technologies, and it was mentioned to you earlier that they are regulated as incinerators. So I've seen Ms. Zimmerman's presentation, and I find it lacking in technical detail. It's very nice and slick and impressive, but I want more information, and I think you need more information. But really consider this idea of let's leave the remains of the deceased in Lahaina. Let's take the waste to the place where we can best handle waste, which is our Central Maui landfill.
Mahalo, Ms. Knox. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any further clarifying questions from the members? I had one when you said experiment with this technology. If they do have pilots of this technology in other jurisdictions, is that still considered experimental technology if they're doing it in other areas?
Well, I think as what was alluded to earlier, that having a pilot and having a scaled up facility are two different things. And Mr. Ewell said they were not able to scale up these technologies successfully. But every waste is different, so I would want to look at the constituents of the waste from those other pilot plants. I think it would be good to look at that. And we may need to pilot whatever is considered here on Maui. And I'm all for doing that if we can do it in a safe way, but I don't think Olowalu is a safe place to try to do any of those things. There's just too much potential to contaminate the groundwater, which then goes out into the ocean. There's also severe environmental injustice when you take toxic waste from one community and you take it to a smaller community and deposit it there. So, you know, I really strongly encourage you to look at the Central Maui landfill option again.
Thank you. Seeing no further requests for clarifying questions, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we have the testifier. It looks like Charlie had a question. Charlie, did you have a question?
Yes, sorry to be late, but hi, Robin.
Hi.
So I found your testimony very interesting. What if we were in a position where we would have to take the debris to Olowalu temporarily and then move it to, let's say, Central Maui landfill?
I feel, as other people have expressed, that because we don't know the final deposition, that temporary could become permanent. And so that temporary would need to have all the kind of fail-safes that our Central Maui landfill has. and that's not what's being proposed. And also, Olowalu is just so much more sensitive site than Central Maui is. Central Maui is further from the ocean, and again, not near a population, and has.
Okay, so Robin, because we don't have much time, so you wouldn't be concerned about Lahaina town being exposed to all the toxins in the meantime?
I'm concerned about them being exposed, and that's why I said this could be both expedient and sensitive. So, it may take a few more trucks, but if you're putting it there temporarily and you can't say when you're going to move it, and you can't secure that it's going to not leak into the groundwater, that's really not a viable solution.
That's presuming that you're going to leave it there much too long. But if it were a set amount of time, that could be a consideration to you.
I would really want to see the numbers before I would come down on that one way or the other, but I would like to see serious inquiry into my proposal.
Thank you.
I'm very concerned about Olowalu.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Member Sinensi has a question as well. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Chair. And aloha, Robin. Just following up on Chair Lee's question about Olowalu as a temporary site. I believe Bill 120 allowed it for a year to be there. Is that you're still not concerned about that site just for a year as a temporary site?
I was not aware of that, but more than the time, my concern is what are the protections and the monitoring system, and I haven't seen enough information in the presentations to really know whether I'm comfortable with that or not. So more information, I think, is required to even make a call on that.
I think just the it being structured as a permanent site, we also added in 120 that should come back to the council for people can testify when a permanent site is decided.
I think what would be helpful is if all of the technical information could be made available on that MauiRecovers.org site that the county's maintaining, because there's really been such little information provided to the public.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Sinensi. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we have the testifier with the last four digits, 5858, to be followed by Leslie Gaux, to be followed by Tiare Lawrence. Testifier with the last four digits, 5858. Okay, Leslie Gaux.
Aloha. 21-year resident, Leslie Legault, 21-year resident of West Maui. I'm grateful that I've been able to take part. I was there for several hours this morning and had to come home, but just want to say the 8,000 plus signatures, public showing up here today, and the expert testimony should be enough to show council that this hole, no matter how it is engineered, is not environmentally sound. It is not the place for the ash and debris to be made its final resting place. If it happens, even temporarily, it will be obvious that these proceedings were for show and something much more dangerous is happening here. Some written testimony from friends include, can the debris be encased in any other material? Can it be encased in cement? Can these burritos inside containers be erected as a monument or mausoleum to honor the people and our town? Movement of the islands alone, sheer fact that we live on dormant volcano, should be enough to tell you that we do not want to put this underground. At least encapsulate and put these cement or some sort of something above ground so that any degradation can be monitored for all of eternity. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about your last name, Miss Lego. Does anyone else have or is there any members has clarifying questions for Miss Lego? Yayoi, are you still on the call? You are unmuted on our end. To provide testimony, you'll at least need to unmute your microphone so that we can hear you.
Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
While we're waiting for the testimony.
Can you hear me now? Oh.
Yeah, we can hear you. But I just wanted to make a comment to our chair. You know, I know some testifiers have asked for this to be a safe space for people to be able to testify. And that is why you asked people to not applause. That's one of the reasons. And the other reason is so that we could get through 140 plus testifiers today. And I just want to remind people, like, yes, you know, we're the council members here, and we're trying our best to make sure that this is a safe place for everyone to be able to share their mana'o. So when it's your turn to testify, you can testify and share your mana'o. But when other people are testifying, or after people have testified, it's inappropriate for you to unmute and then say negative things toward other people. That's what we say when we say we're trying to maintain decorum so that everyone in our community is welcome and feels safe to provide their mana'o, and everyone's voice is important. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what we were trying to do because we did receive feedback previously that people felt threatened to testify their point of view at various other contentious meetings. So this is how we're trying to address it, the feedback that we received from our lawyers. Nana, just joking, lawyers. Okay, Miss Hara, Yayoi Hara.
Yep. Thank you. And thank you, council people. I know you guys have listened to a long day of testimony. I've been listening to it as well. And thank you for taking my last minute testimony. First and foremost, I oppose Oluwalu as a temporary debris removal site. I don't believe that it's hard to believe that temporary is going to become permanent with seeing what they're doing. Also, I understand that containing the ash is the first priority. I don't think anybody opposes containment of the ash. How we contain the ash is another conversation. I heard about the containers, burrito wrapping the containers, keeping it in Lahaina because Lahaina is already toxic. That is another conversation. One of the questions that I had that did not come up, and also for Councilwoman Alice Lee, I am a displaced resident from Lahaina. And there were many people who were displaced residents from Lahaina. It's just that they were not vocalizing that as their first, as their introduction. Is there a possibility, because FEMA is here to support us in the recovery, and as you know, Bob Benton has stated this morning that it is about expedited that they build. I mean, if we are going to move it to Central Maui instead of Oluwalu, that road for us. Everyone knows that the road has to be pushed back anyways. They're already building the little road from the Cane Road to go up to the Oluwalu dump site. Is there a potential for FEMA to fund a secondary road that the debris can be removed, taken to Central Maui, and then in the long run, we are able to benefit from that road? For that commission that has been had, I am just trying to think of ways that we can utilize the federal money and the federal support that we have right now to make things easier for us. Everybody in Lahaina, everybody on Maui, we have struggled all our lives. We don't know anything else but struggling. And so part of this is accept the struggle because we want to stay here and we want to live here. But it's like, how can we use this disaster to get ahead just a little bit? So with all this federal money and this federal support, how can we maximize the usage of it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hara. You did cut out at a couple places. I just wanted to clarify. You said something expedited, and then you wanted to know if FEMA could build a secondary road. Was that to the Pali? Is that what you were saying?
I'm wondering if FEMA can help support us in building out a second road out of Lahaina that they can use to remove the debris to central Maui.
Okay,
Can
just
you hear me?
clarifying. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I just wanted to try and understand what you're saying. It's my understanding that Highway 30 is going to be used to take the debris out of Lahaina. And that
if they
it's
were to
not
continue,
open to
they
the
would.
public.
If they were to bypass Oluwalu and continue on to central Maui as a debris removal.
Okay, and so even through the Pali, a secondary road, is that just trying to clarify?
Yes. I know a lot of people may oppose this, but the reality is the H3 on Oahu is a beautiful road. I understand the cost of raising the highway and everything and going through the mountains, but we need a secondary exit out of Lahaina, an entrance and exit out of Lahaina.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Members, any further clarification from the testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Our last testifier at this time is Manuel Kuloloya. We got 2 minutes with a minute to conclude, and then we'll open it up to anyone else that has yet to testify but would like to testify. So if Manuel Kuloloya is on the line, you've got 2 minutes with 1 minute to wrap up.
Aloha, Chair. Tamara, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
While I've been working at Bravo Piers, I've been listening since 9 o'clock this morning, and I'm back at home at my computer. And I'm recalling about 2 months ago, having sat before the Board of Land and Natural Resources, where these 2 properties were being petitioned by the county to be turned over from the state to the county. And I hope every council member had an opportunity to watch that video. It was very revealing. What was disconcerting to me at the time was that the DLNR did not consult its own cultural heavy hitter, their advisor and SHPD in Uncle Hinano that resides in Oluwalu. I remember asking, did they also consult people that I have great respect for as a young man and today, including Uncle Henry Curtis. I believe I saw his name online earlier while I was at Pearl. Uncle Carol Cox. And I've heard, and I mentioned Auntie Robin Knox as well. So I heard her testimony. But just having heard that, I'm grateful. I remember Scott Crawford being online at that day. I saw his name today and asked him, the Nature Conservancy, that we will need help, Council, whether or not this is done or not. The DLNR, Department of Aquatic Resources, was concerned about taking water samples. the chair of the DLNR asked about putting monitors outside. The county representative at the time says, don't worry, the Department of Health already has these monitors. I don't trust them. So as a condition, I told them you need to go ask Uncle Bob Fenton to help pay for these monitors should it ever happen. I'm grateful, Kiani, Uncle Hinano, in part of your discussions, post-testimony as an advisor. I would think that'll be automatic. But having said that, I'm only testifying because if it was in my ahupua'a, I would make a big stink or, makena. So I'm intently listening to the kama'aina from that community. It's a tough decision, but what I want each and every one of you council members to understand, that next month when I come visit you on Maui and I ask, can you tell me what happens to this CMU or footing or hollow tile or metal or debris or ash that comes from this site in Wahikuli? What is the cradle to grave when it goes from there to the temporary staging site at 550 Waine'e Street, coming to the temporary storage site in Oluwalu, and then the final disposition, including that area where the EPA now
for your testimony.
by the firing range, okay?
Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. I'm now opening it up to whomever does not previously testify but would still like to testify. I see a hand raised from Lisa Haylett Andrews. Did you want to provide testimony?
Yes, please.
Okay, we have 2 minutes with a minute to wrap up. Go ahead.
Mahalo for taking this long day to hear everyone. I know you're hearing a lot of versions of what should be done, but really you have one chance to get it right, because this is when they call it a forever chemical, it's because it's forever. My name is Lisa Hallett Andrews. I am with Kukuana Aina nonprofit from Hawaii Island. Projects around the island, educating the public and students and politicians about clean energy. And we're working on a bill about handling of ash. We've been working on this for months along with Hawaii Clean Power Task Force. And the ash handling, there is no place in Hawaii for toxic ash. And it is controversial, but the staging and the moving, just the loading, anything, you have one chance to get it right. And it's unfortunate that you have to come up with, there's going to be cultural issues and this and that, but the toxicity and the possibility that it can take out future generations and us is a very real consideration, even when we think about cultural impact. Also I wanted to say Mike Ewald has been a treasure for Hawaii Island. He has tirelessly reached out to anyone that's interested in information on incineration and impacts and laws around the country and around the world. And we're talking about, he's not selling anything. So, yes, I work with him regularly, and he will be sending good information. And my heart goes to you all. Have a happy New Year, and let's get it right. Let's get it right the first time. No staging, no temporary, nowhere on Hawaii, nowhere. There, the mainland has the mainland has the toxic waste dumps. Mahalo for taking my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony, members. Any clarifying questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Next up, we have Susan Picola Davis. Susan, it's your turn to testify.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day. The funny thing about Mr. Eel, Mike, is that he contacted me right before Christmas, asking me to send him all the information. Oh, I'm getting feedback. Am I doing okay with this audio?
Yes, now you are.
Thank you. So he got a hold of me and asked me, well, through somebody else, what information I had on the ash. And I said, well, I haven't been following the ash because I've been following the water. But I did a little bit of research. I got the labs with the ash, which shows more than what is being said out loud to the public. There's more than just 5 chemicals. But neither here nor there. He came on today, he testified, and then the lady just before me, who knows him quite well, he's a very sincere person. And I listened to as much as I could today. My question is, besides the mayor and the DLNR blessing all of this, and my one question was, when did the council know? I'm guessing it wasn't too long ago. But the other thing is, if it's been in Lahaina this long, and everybody's worried about it getting to the ocean, who do we have testing the aquifer? All the water travels underneath due to lava rock. The aquifer is the main piece that needs to be protected, and it needs to be tested in order to know what is leaching. And then traveling this stuff down the road to Olowalu, when you start seeing the caravan of trucks, you're going to go, oh my God, is this really what we wanted? I trust you all. I give you my heart from Oahu, and please keep listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any clarifying questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Mahalo.
At this time, mahalo.
Oh, you guys never watched the video from November 18. I said I was going to retire, and I retired last Friday.
Congratulations. So you're not speaking in that capacity then?
No, not speaking as the former branch chief of the History and Culture branch at the State Historic Preservation Division, Department of Land and Natural Resources. I am now speaking as of 4:30 on Friday as a lineal descendant of those who once lived and are living in Olowalu. Thank you.
Mahalo, Mr. Rodriguez.
And is that expertise okay? We're good with that. Okay, that's the expertise.
No objections to that.
No objections to that expertise. Okay, cancel the former expertise and insert that expertise, please.
Mahalo, Chair. And then are you going to put a timer on us?
Well, I do need to use the bathroom, so if you can just keep that in consideration.
Got it. Okay. Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Mr. Rodriguez, for being here with us all day today. And so the question was regarding the Heiau. If you could share relevant information for us and how that affects whether, construction is supposed to stop or like what protocols weren't followed, and then that way I can speak to our other resource people on the information that they can share with us regarding this.
Sure. Excuse me. Based on my understanding, the Department of Land and Natural Resources has a programmatic agreement with the Office of Foreign Affairs and FEMA. And in that agreement, there are provisions that speak to what you're asking. It's my understanding that when a historic site is found, that it needs to be vetted. I don't exactly know why it hasn't. I can guess because it was a long weekend. It was brought to my attention, I think, Saturday night with the drone photographs that there is a historic site that was missed. FEMA used an archaeologist who used not a site visit, but actually had used what we call literature review in archaeology. And using literature review, that person came to the conclusion that there was nothing there. And that literature review, when I looked at it, is old review. I think the latest publication might have been in the 1990s. But more importantly, that person didn't do a site visit. And more importantly, perhaps they should have asked for some kind of archaeological study. But there is something there. I initially thought it was a GPS site. But then when I looked at the photographs from Eddie Garcia, I saw stone walls. Well, walls were not built for the GPS or the, those surveying things that you have. So now I'm unsure. It seems as though it is an archaeological site, and if it is an archaeological site, things need to come to a complete halt.
And to clarify, things need to come to a complete halt within that area or for the entire construction?
Within that area.
Okay. Mahalo for that clarification.
Sure.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you. I would like to open it up to the other members. If there are questions for Mr. Rodriguez, if he's willing. Okay. Member Cook does have his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Not me.
It's a 2232 number again.
Thank you. The archaeological site in sort of macro reference to the construction that's currently going on? Is it on the fringe, the beginning, the middle?
It's my understanding that it's on top of the pool where the construction is occurring. Another thing too is that when you talk about archaeology, especially in federal, so we got two kinds of archaeology. We got federal archaeology, and in federal archaeology, they use the term APE, or area of potential effect. And then you have 6E archaeology, which is state archaeology. They refer to a specific project site. Okay, so now we're talking federal, so let's go back to the federal. The APE, or the area of potential effect, is always much larger than where the exact site is. And the reason for that is you need to take into consideration what is the relationship of that find, that specific historical feature, with other features within the greater area. So under federal law, it's a lot larger.
So for clarification, percentage-wise, what kind of an impact? I'm just trying to clarify that if it's on anyway. What's the magnitude?
Yeah, so in order to answer that question, we need to take a step back and understand federal law, which is 106 law. The way it works is if the federal government is going to do something, it's called an undertaking. If the federal government is involved or there's federal funds, or basically if it smells of the federal government, you got to go through what is known as the 106 process. And They would go through the 106 process. They would determine whether or not there is an effect on any historic properties, more specifically as it relates to Native Americans, Native Alaskans, and Native Hawaiians. Once they do that, the federal government, under the 106 rules, writes a determination. And the determination can be, which I think might have been in this case, yes, there is an effect on historic properties. And then they turn around and send a letter to DLNR and say, do you concur with our determination? So there's this whole process. So it's my understanding that since we encountered that historic property over the weekend, or it might have been Wednesday before the weekend, then perhaps the 106 process needs to start again.
Members, anyone else have any questions for Mr. Rodriguez at this time? Okay, we're on round 2. Nobody else had a round 1 question? Okay. Go ahead, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Well, I don't know if since Mr. Rodriguez brought it up, and then I can, talk persons after. So the 106 process did occur prior to the construction.
Okay, now it gets a little bit more complicated. Yeah. Okay, so in the real sense, it should. But remember, we are working in an emergency. And so we go back to the programmatic agreement between OHA, SHPD, and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. And within the programmatic agreement, there are provisions for emergency cases. But still, they still need to go through the process. It's just that everything is expedited. It's like on 2 times full forward speed.
Okay, mahalo for that clarification, because that was my understanding too. The emergency proclamation expedited.
It expedited it, but it does not dismiss it. That's the part that people don't understand. They think, well, we got the governor's, was it proclamation number 8? And therefore everything is kind of suspended. Not really.
Mahalo, Mr. Rodriguez. Sure. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to know at this time, I'd really like to take a 5-minute recess, but before we do that, I'd like to try.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Ashley Lindsay, and I'm a lineal descendant of Olowalu. I am here before you as representative of my 231 living descendants of Shaw and Moses Puha. We are cousins to Hina and Rodriguez, who testified earlier. Sadly, none of us have been able to make it back to Olowalu since our tutu man and some of his children left in the 1920s. But that is not because we don't want to be there. Olowalu is our piko. We connect to that place like no other place. It is where our Amakua swim and are still cared for today. It is where we kilo, where we connect to Aina, Vai, and Kai. We celebrated births, life milestones, and mourn deaths there. This is where my grandparents, my Hanai grandparents, and countless other kupunas are. It is where I got engaged. It is where the names of my children come from. And it is where I will be when it is my time to go. We have generations of stories and history in Olowalu. It is our piko. Please choose an alternate site. That's it.
Thank you. Members, any clarifying questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Halting the progress of the project for the temporary site is not an option. As such, it is my intention to move forward and ask this council and this committee that we utilize the temporary debris storage facility at Olowalu.